guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Israel has claimed responsibility for an airstrike that targeted a Hamas leader. According to the Gaza Interior Ministry, the strike hit a refugee camp in Gaza. The ministry reported that 6 bombs were dropped on a residential area during the attack. The statement from the Israeli Defense Forces did not acknowledge any potential civilian casualties resulting from the strike. Democrats are speaking out against House Speaker Mike Johnson's bill to provide aid for Israel.
We must stand with our allies in Israel. We must send humanitarian aid to innocent civilians in Gaza. We must hold the line against Vladimir Putin by supporting Ukraine.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said the legislation is purely partisan and inadequate as it leaves out funding for Ukraine and humanitarian aid for Gaza. The bill pushed by Speaker Johnson includes more than $14 billion in emergency funding for Israel, while clawing back the same amount of IRS funding from the Inflation Reduction Act. There's a high probability that the disturbance in the Eastern Caribbean could evolve into the next named storm. This according to the National Hurricane Center. The low-pressure area generating showers and thunderstorms right now with a 70% likelihood of development in the next 7 days. The system is projected to track westward, potentially causing significant rainfall in parts of Central America by the week's end. If it does develop, it will be named Vince. A trial started today to keep the former president off the ballot.
To keep former President Donald Trump off Colorado's 2024 ballot. Lawyers for the group that filed the lawsuit say Trump supported an insurrection through his alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election. His lawyers say even though they're trying to use the 14th Amendment, it does not apply. The trial expected to last through the week. I'm Corey Myers.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Firefighters rescued a trapped worker after a foundation wall collapsed at an East Rutherford, New Jersey construction site. The wall gave way at a renovation project for a new restaurant on Union Avenue. Emergency response departments from several areas helped to free the trapped worker. Southern California gun shop owners say the conflict in Gaza is fueling a surge in gun purchases in the local Jewish community. One Los Angeles gun shop reports business doubling since the war between Israel and Hamas began. They noted that this is the first time there has been a significant spike in local Jews and Israeli Americans arming themselves. Authorities in Bergen County, New Jersey are actively searching for multiple suspects involved in an armed robbery that occurred at a hotel in Rutherford. Police responded to the Meadowlands Hotel following reports of an armed robbery in progress. Upon arrival, officers immediately alerted law enforcement in the area to be on the lookout for 4 to 5 males that fled the scene in a dark-colored minivan. The FDA is cautioning against the use of some popular over-the-counter eye drops
like CVS Health, Rite Aid, Target Up and Up, Velocity Pharma, Leader, and Rugby. The agency has identified a potential risk of eye infections that could lead to vision loss or blindness. The warning comes after investigators discovered unsanitary conditions and positive bacterial test results in critical drug production areas of the manufacturing facility.
That's John Schaefer reporting. Dave Collins, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right. Are you ready? Time to roll. Hi there. Thank you so much. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Gather around the radio as we close out a Tuesday, as we close out the month of October. Yes, indeed, we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. Welcome into the first day of November. Say it isn't so. All right, cue the Christmas music, right? I wasn't kidding. I mentioned last evening that there are several radio stations in our town and towns all over the country where at the midnight hour, Halloween's over, they go to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, Christmas music. But hi there, good to have you with us. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios, from the comfy confines of our secret bunker in Southwest Ohio. Thank goodness it's indoors, because it's cold outside. And I am not alone. Much of the country, I'm looking at these freeze warnings. The first freeze of the season in the deep south tonight. I mean, all the way into southern portions of Texas. About the northern two-thirds of Louisiana. You've got much of Mississippi, Alabama, northern half of Georgia, on over to the Carolinas. Freeze warnings, frost advisories extending all the way over to the eastern seaboard. I mean, from New Jersey to southern portions of Georgia. Bundle up if you haven't made the transition yet. Time to ditch the shorts and the t-shirts. It's hoodie and winter weather apparel time. Very cold night, and we're also dealing with some, you may encounter some travel difficulties in the form of snow squalls. I'm looking at some pockets of exactly that, snow squalls. Northeast Ohio, up toward the typical lake effect snow areas, Cleveland to Erie, PA. We've seen some bursts of snow pushing through western Pennsylvania right now, east of Pittsburgh. Some enhanced squalls coming down. You've got a bit of a kind of the transition from rain to snow over towards State College, PA. Obviously, higher elevations down into West Virginia. Seeing some of those snow showers and snow squalls tonight as well. That's going to kind of persist right on through the day, Wednesday, midweek, as we kick off the month of November. Let's begin right there with our travelers' weather. We actually saw some pretty decent accumulations, up to 6 inches of snow over parts of Minnesota, northern Wisconsin, from Monday night into Tuesday morning. Minneapolis area picked up 2-3 inches of snow, according to the National Weather Service there. Snow was piling up along the eastern shores of Lake Michigan. 4 inches falling near Grand Haven, Michigan, as of mid-afternoon this past day. Small accumulation a bit further to the south and lower elevations where any of those squalls happen to become intense, which we're seeing some of those, as I just mentioned. Even where the snow's not likely to accumulate, such as along much of the I-80 corridor from northern Illinois to northern portions of Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania. You could see some of those quick-hitting snow showers and squalls, which would drastically reduce visibility, and people be hitting the brakes. Be careful out there. There will be some stretches of 80 as well as 70 and 90 becoming slippery. Parts of northwest Indiana, northeast Ohio, the higher elevations in Pennsylvania along I-80 could see snow accumulate a couple of inches and hang on for a bit of time. Now, a storm offshore, it was going to strengthen enough to allow a period of wet snow over the higher elevations from northern New Jersey to central New England overnight tonight into Wednesday morning. The area from the hills of southeastern New York and the Berkshires in western Connecticut, western Massachusetts, the best chance of a couple inches of wet snow. Most of that should be on the non-paved surfaces. It's conceivable some of the northern and western suburbs of the major I-95 cities, from Washington, D.C. to New York City, Boston, may actually see their first wet snowflakes of the season, briefly mixing in with some rain showers associated with the coastal storm and that clipper that's coming in. Now, in the wake of that clipper storm in the Midwest here for our midweek Wednesday in the Northeast on Thursday, good news, temperatures will turn around a bit. Now, we could even swing briefly back to a few degrees above normal for this time of year. I guess this is just Mother Nature's way of saying, I'm a-comin', old man winter is knocking on the door. Because it's feeling more like typical December weather right now. But again, just hang on. The warmer air is going to rally once again, bringing temperatures more like mid to late October here for the eastern half of the country as we head toward the end of the week and the upcoming weekend. Yeah, there's more room for temperatures to fall first, though, as this outbreak of cold expands across the eastern half of the country. Some areas in the southeast holding on to the long-lasting warmth as we started the week. But here overnight, Tuesday night into Wednesday, even across portions of Florida, further inland, temperature's going to be dropping to the lowest point that we've seen since back last spring. Widespread frost and freezes across the interior south, the northeast, much of the Midwest. The conditions as we head into actually Thursday morning, that marks the end of the growing season in most areas. We could even be talking about temperatures in parts of the South dipping to record-challenging levels. Nashville, you're going to bottom out in the upper 20s about daybreak here for your Wednesday and Thursday mornings. Last time it was that cold there in Nashville, back on March the 20th, when you had a low of 21 degrees. Even in southern Texas at Houston's Intercontinental Airport, last time temperatures dipped into the mid-30s was back last February. Well, come Thursday morning, the daily record low of 34 may be tied, or you may break that as you fall into the middle 30s. Temperature's going to bottom out in the 20s in Chicago. It was during the last few days of March when temperatures were last in that territory. Now, the cold spell for the east, it'll be short. Going to open the door for warmer air following the coldest conditions we've seen in months. Dallas, for instance, temperatures are going to climb, say, 5 to 10 degrees each day from Thursday through Sunday. After your high temperature by this Wednesday afternoon, only going to be in the mid-50s, which that would be more typical of late December or early January. Atlanta, like Dallas, will recover from the winter-like highs in the mid-50s Wednesday to back to the mid-70s as we progressively work our way toward Sunday. Even in the Northeast, the December-like chill and some snowflakes in some areas here for midweek. The warm-up a little less dramatic than areas in the South, but New York City highs maybe mid-40s for your Wednesday, easing up a bit by each day through the weekend. By the time we get to Saturday, Sunday, maybe middle 60s. Not bad. I wouldn't complain about that. Now, there's a chance the Big Apple might snap its streak of weekend rain just in time for Sunday's famous New York City Marathon. It has rained 8 consecutive weekends there in New York City. You just haven't been able to get a break. For the Midwest, the warm-up makes a decent progress through Friday. It's then likely to peak over the weekend as a new storm from the northwest advances across the northern tier of the country. Oh, yes, and a quick reminder, Halloween is now behind us, right? Don't forget, this weekend, we turn back the clocks as we go to bed Saturday night into Sunday morning. Daylight savings time will be coming to an end, at which point in time a lot of folks will be saying, I go to work in the dark, and I'm coming home, and the sun's already down. Where's the daylight? It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Did somebody say, hey, what day is it? What day is it? I know what day it is. Hang on. Is it actually possible? Hello? Anybody there?
It's me, Steve.
The Carolina Monkey Gouger. Back from the living dead. What's going on?
Well, Steve, I just might as well go ahead and tell you. You probably told me through the break. I was in a pretty bad accident. September the 3rd.
I was not aware. No, I've been wondering what the hell's been going on.
Well, I didn't really tell nobody because there was a lot going on. And I hit a deer out in West Texas, and I didn't hit Bambi. I had to hit Bambi's great-great-granddaddy. I hit a mule deer out there.
Wow.
They estimate probably weighed about 330, 340.
Wow.
Somewhere in that range. And when I hit him, it drove the bumper into the front tire, blowed the front tire, wrapped the bumper around the rim, knocked the power steering reservoir off. I lost all control. And I was fighting this thing, and it had went to the right on me. And I mean, I didn't have no control at all, Steve. I thought I was doing all the work. I didn't have no control of it. I mean, all the power steering, everything was gone.
Mm.
And I was fitting to go off about 100-foot embankment there. And I said, I got to get this thing headed left. And the good Lord, them angels caught that truck, and we went back across the road there. There was a pretty level setback there. And when I went back across the setback on the left-hand side of the road, and I just tied it down right then. I was just long for the ride. We found out the next day, the wreck truck driver said, by all rights, that truck and trailer should have went over. Said, you should have been turned upside down. But there's another kick to this story with all this excitement. I thought it broke my hand and my wrist. Now, it broke my left arm, my artificial arm. It broke the joint right there where it joins in. It broke it from me, from all the holding the steering wheel, fighting it and everything. And when I went in there, first thing I done was I was trying to move my fingers, couldn't move them. I said, man, I have messed myself up. My shoulder felt like, man, it was just, my whole arm was full up the size of a cantaloupe. And so I'm pretty much useless, right? Mm-hmm. So I called 911, told them what was going on. I said, I don't know where I am. She said, I got you pinged. Said, you're 1.5 miles out of Paducah, Texas. Said, we got help coming. Said, is there a fire, anything like that? I said, no, I don't see no fire or anything. I said, truck's off. And, I think we're in pretty good shape. So we'll be there in just a minute. Well, after the dust cleared and everything, there was a white Dodge pickup and pulling a cattle trailer with a red top. and they come up there and stop, and I'm blinking the lights, to tell them that I needed help. I was hollering, somebody give me some help, get me out of here and everything.
Yeah.
Well, I could see them in the mirror. They got out, and they were looking, and they got in the truck and drove off. And I said, "Oh, what the hell?" And I'm blinking my spotlight at them and everything. And it wasn't just about 5 minutes. They come back up the road, driving real slow. And I'm blinking the spotlight at them, got marker lights blinking at them, I'm trying to find somebody to help me get out that truck, what I'm trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
And they stopped, they got out, and I'm watching them in the mirror, they're walking around, and I'm hollering at them. I said, "Hey, I need help here, They got back in the truck and drove off. And so where I was sitting on that knoll, you can see down into that town. And I was looking down into that town when I know they had made another U-turn, and they had come back up that time, and they all got out the truck. And I said, "I'm going to tell you SOBs one thing. You're fitting to get your ass shot. I don't know what y'all's up to, but somebody's fitting to get capped here." Well, about the time I looked up, I could see the fire truck and the ambulance and all of them coming out there. Well, they got in that truck, and they took off. They left there in a ball of fire. So, ambulance crew got there. They got me in there, and they said, "Man," said, "you have strained your arm some more kind of bad." My wedding band had rolled up to the point where my finger had turned blue. I couldn't get it off. They had to cut it off me. And so there was a deputy sheriff that come up. And he said, "Well, we went up there and looked at that deer." I said, he said, "That was a big one." I said, "Yeah, it was." And so they loaded me up in the ambulance. And while I was in the ambulance, they was asking me, said, "You need to take anything out the truck. So it's going to be a while. But Highway Patrol gets here because due to the trouble in the valley down there, so we only got one Highway Patrol that's about 100 miles from us." And so they was in contact with him. They said, "Take him on to the hospital, get him checked out." And said, "I'll be up there, after everything checks out, he's okay and everything." So I was telling that deputy sheriff about what was going on. He said, "I passed that truck and trailer hauling ass into Paducah." And said, "Bubba, they were stroking." And he said, "Well, what was the deal?" I said, "They come up here 3 times, and I said, I don't know what they was up to. I don't know if they seen the name on my truck. They were going to try and break in the back of the trailer. I don't know what they was up to, but whatever they was up to no damn good."
Yeah.
And he said, "We've had some incidents out here where people have had wrecks, and we had to leave the cars and stuff and come back the next morning. They've been ransacked." And said, "We've been trying to catch them. Have you got a description of it?" And I said, "Yeah." And I told him, he said, "Well, that's the same truck that I seen coming into Paducah when I was coming out." But he said, "I was coming to you." He said, "I wish you'd have called 911. I said, "Well, I didn't know nothing like that was going on." And so, they get me up there to the hospital and everything. And you couldn't ask for nicer people. That ambulance service, Steve, it made me feel good to be a truck driver because I was treated like a human being. The hospital, they all knew I was in trouble and everything. Couldn't use my hand. And so they x-rayed it, and they said, "Well," said, "Big boy," said, "we'll tell you one thing, ain't nothing broke, but you're going to be sore for about 2 or 3 weeks." And so, I thought, here I am, I'm 1,400 miles from the house, and I don't know what to do. Things are racing through my mind. So the highway patrolman called back up there, and he was talking to me. And so I talked to him, said, all your urine tests, everything, all that's good. He said, "I'm not coming up there." He said, "We can talk on the phone." He said, "I'll fill out the accident report." He said, "There's no fault. It's just animal collision, so there's nothing there. He said, I'll tell you one thing. He said, if you ain't right with the Lord, you better go get right. I said, yeah, them angels grabbed that truck and threw it on the other side of that road. He said, you one lucky white man. And he said, I got something else to tell you. I said, what's that? He said, if I was you, I wouldn't come back to this county for a little while. He said, because every deer hunter in this part of Texas has got your name on a wanted poster for killing their trophy deer.
Oh boy.
So when they turned me out the hospital, here I am in a little old town, been through there a million times, didn't know what to do. And the nurse said, well, what are you going to do? And I said, well, I reckon I'll walk downtown. She said, you can't walk. Said, right now you out of your mind. Said, we give you a shot of some happy medicine to kind of ease the pain. They said, we can't let you walk nowhere. We got somebody going to carry you to a motel. So they got the local deputy sheriff there, nice fellow, real nice fellow from Clarendon, Texas, to carry me to a motel.
Well, hold that thought, Monkey Gouger. That explains why we haven't heard from the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Let's come back and get the rest of the story. But first, we got a news break.
USA News Update. The Israeli military stated that they are escalating their ground invasion in Gaza. Additionally, they reported targeting Hezbollah sites in Lebanon and striking a military facility in Syria. The conflict, which began with Hamas' attack on Israel on October 7th, has resulted in over 9,000 casualties on both sides. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is advocating for aid for Ukraine.
Ukraine is part of it. Obviously, Israel enjoys overwhelming support, but we think it's also important that we have a part related to Asia.
He told reporters today he agrees conceptually with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer on a sweeping package to provide funding to Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, and the southern border. He added, however, that Democrats will have to include strong border provisions to get Republican support. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, welcome back. Let's pick up where we left off there. So the local deputy got you to the hotel. Yeah. How'd you ultimately get back to your home 20? How long were you stuck in Texas?
Well, we got a friend, and you know her. She don't ever call, but she listens and everything. Her name is Blue Junebug, Sandy Talbot. She's been a friend of this radio show, goes all the way back to your daddy. So she's got a pickup out here at Freona, Texas that me and her used to run parts down and go eat, stuff like that. Well, I called her the next morning and told her what had happened because she come over there and get me. She says, I'll be there in about 2.5 hours. I'll be there. So, you know, I hadn't really thought about, buttoning my pants. And the next morning I got up and I couldn't button my pants. I said, oh, hell, look at this. Ain't this a mess? This is a mess to be in. So I went down to the front desk, and there was a gentleman there, and I said, I hate to ask you a stupid question, but I said, I ain't got no use in my arm. I was in an accident last night, and I said, I sprained my arm, and I said, I ain't got no use in my fingers. And I said, can you button my pants? He said, yeah, I'll button your pants for you. So he buttoned my pants, buttoned my dungarees for me, and I got, buckled my belt. So I got up, and I was waiting on her. She come and got me. Me and her went back out there and looked at everything that happened and looked at the crash scene and the deer and all that. What I wanted is horns. That's what I wanted. I wanted that rack off that deer because, he was massive. You couldn't find it. It shattered that deer's horn like toothpick. They was in the radiator of the truck and everything else. So I said, Sandy, I got a flight out of here in the morning. I said, can you carry me to the airport? She said, yeah, I'll carry you to the airport, Amarillo. It ain't no problem. And I'm going to tell you something, Steve. I don't know if anybody's ever flew Southwest Airlines. And I've never flew on them. Those people bent over backwards to help me. I told the ticket agent I was in a little bit of trouble, and they said, don't worry about it. We'll take care of everything. So when we got there, they, let me go on the plane first. They all got there to put my suitcase up, got the Dallas changeover to put the suitcase down for me. And there was a stewardess there, and she was from New Orleans, and she thought I was from New Orleans. With my accent, me and her had a, pretty good time. And So anyway, got on the plane, got home, and I went straight to the orthopedic doctor. I mean, I called him and told him I was on the way, and he said, well, you come on. He said, I'll be here when you get you. I'll wait on you. I said, I'll be in there about 4:30. So went over there, and he looked at it, and he said, Jimmy, I'll tell you something, boy. He says, this is something that's going to take time. He said, I don't want you picking up a loaf of bread right now that we get the swelling out this arm. So he give me some kind of shot that's supposed to take swelling out and all that. We started working on that. And I couldn't hold a telephone up, talk to nobody or anything. And I was rattled, Steve. I'm not going to lie to you. I'll tell anybody that I was rattled. This is the first time in my trucking career, 6 million miles, 48 years of driving, that I absolutely had no control of the situation. And I'm going to tell you the truth. Right now on the radio, I was thinking about getting out of it. I just had a lot to ponder, and I just didn't want to talk to nobody. I hated that. I was like that, but I just had a lot racing through my mind. And so anyway, about the second week at home, the guy that's got my truck down there in Quanah, Texas, is a hell of a truck rebuilder. And he called me and said, hey, Jim, says, we got some problems here. And I said, what's that? He said, well, I'm having trouble getting parts. And he said, do you think you might be able to round some of them up and ship them out here? I said, well, tell me what you need, and I'll get on top of it. Well, you need a steering gear, kingpin. He said, probably have to put a radiator in it. He said, I can't find the condenser for the radiator. He said, they got them on back order. And he said, I'm just having a time. So he gave me a list of what he needed. So I get on the phone and I start calling. And luckily, between two Peterbilt dealerships in Oklahoma City and Florence, South Carolina, I found all the parts I needed. And when I found out what it was going to cost me to ship them things out there, I told Debbie, I said, we're going to Texas. I said, I got to go to Oklahoma City anyway, have them fix this arm for me. And I said, we'll just take off. Well, I don't know about how your wife drives, but mine scares me slap jammed to death. And we were going through Atlanta, boy, and she was breezing down through there, and I'm going, oh, God, oh, man. I said, she's going to kill us. And we got a truckload of parts, tires. I mean, we're loaded down heavy. And, I mean, she just going through there. I said, oh, hell. So we got over there into Tennessee, right there, round, and then I told her, I said, you know something? I said, I've been asleep. I said, I believe I could drive a little bit. She said, doctor said you can't drive. I said, what can it be that hard? And I tell you, that first 50 miles, Steve, I was shaking. Oh, man, I was shaking. But that's the first time I drove anything since it happened. Mm-hmm. And once I got over that 50 miles, I was good to go. So we got out there. You had all the parts rounded up, went and dumped them off, and we had to come straight back to South Carolina because I had another doctor's appointment. So I got back, and swelling had went down on my hand a lot, and my arm and stuff. My shoulder was still bothering me real bad. And he says, I think that you're probably going to have to go to a neurosurgeon. We think you got a pinched nerve. I said, oh, man. He said, you ain't been doing nothing with that arm, have you? I said, no, I ain't done nothing. Well, I didn't tell him I drove back from Texas, So we went to the neurosurgeon. He run a MRI on it. He said, it's pinched nerve. He said, we'll run an MRI and decide what we're going to do. Well, I was in pain, man. I was in bad pain. And they said, we can give you something for that pain. I said, no. I said, I ain't taking none of that stuff. I said, all you doing is hiding the pain and it ain't going to go away. So I called my chiropractor, and she said, come on down here and I'll fix you. So she got back there and she got to looking and feeling around and stuff. And she popped my back, Steve. When she popped my back, all the pain went away. And then the swelling resided, you know. So I went back to, excuse me, I went back to the neurosurgeon, and he said, all that swelling's gone. I said, yeah. I said, I don't need surgery. He said, well, we're going to lay you out for 4 more weeks. And I said, okay, all right. So in the meantime, you know, all this is going on. And Debbie said, what you going to do? I said, I think I'm going to sell the truck and get out of it. I said, I think that I've come to my end. Somebody's trying to tell me something. She said, are you ready to quit? And I said, you know, Debbie, I said, with all that's going on, with all the rhetoric in the trucking industry and all this crap that's being thrown at us and everything, I said, I think I might be ready. Because I've spent a lot of time with them grandchildren. Mm-hmm. A lot of time. And the girl, Biscuit, she was saying, you ain't going back to work, are you? You ain't going back to work, are you? I said, don't know yet, baby. We might be going to sell the truck. Well, we thought we had the truck sold last week. And the fellow went over there. The guy done an immaculate job on the truck. I mean, it looks brand new. And he said, I think I got a buyer for your truck. And I said, okay. I said, well, let me know. And I said, when I come out there, I said, I'll bring you the title to the truck and we can do business. Well, I was supposed to fly out Wednesday night. This is another sign that it might have been time to get out of trucking. Got on the plane, and Dallas-Fort Worth get hit with the worst thunderstorms they've seen all year. Just storm after storm after storm rolling through there. So they canceled the flight. So I asked him, I said, is there any chance I can get out of here tomorrow? I said, because I got some business I got to conduct. And they said, not tomorrow. Said, you can fly out of here on another airline, said, but it'd be probably $150 upgrade. And I said, well, that's not going to do no good. So I said, just book me Monday. Well, Friday, I got a phone call, and he told me, said, hey, the guy backed out on us. Said he couldn't get the money up. I said, okay, that's fine. I said, I'm going to go back to work anyway. I said, you know, it might have been a sign telling me not to get out of trucking. So anyway, got on the plane, flew out here last night. Didn't get in till late. We was running an hour and a half behind. They'd had trouble getting the plane out of Denver that was coming to meet us to take us, you know, to Amarillo and snow and everything. So that's one reason I didn't call you last night, because I had every intention of calling y'all, but I was just exhausted. But that's what's been going on, man. I just kind of staying to myself, weighing my odds and everything, and want to thank everybody that sent emails and everything, and, you know, tried to call, but I just needed some time to regroup, because I tell you, Steve, it wasn't a wreck that startled me or scared me as much as it was those guys that was up to something no good. Mm-hmm. And that's what scared me. I mean, anybody that would leave a person in a truck that had been in an accident like that and wouldn't stop and help them, and you going to stop there and rob them or do whatever you was going to do, I said, what the hell has this world come to? And so anyway, we had discussed it and everything, and I'm probably going to truck like on the schedule for 2 more years, and then we're probably going to just get out of it. It's been a good ride. It's been made a good living. I had, you know, trucking has been good to me, but it's just, I think, you know, it was projected 2 years for me to retire anyway. So we're going to get back out there and get at it. But I tell you something, man, it makes you think. You think you're riding on top of the world, and then in the bat of an eye, you're in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like I told Debbie. I said, Debbie, it ain't the part. The wreck didn't bother me. It was just those dudes that just was up to no good that kept hovering around there. And I mean, wonder if I'd have been seriously injured, or bleeding to death or something. I'd have died right beside that road.
Right. If you hadn't have been able to call 911, I mean, they might have took your life and stole everything out of the truck, right?
That's exactly right. But I tell you something. When I told them, I said, USOB, y'all come any closer, we're fit to start spraying bullets. And Debbie said, well, you think you could have shot him? I said, I'm not shot and could have hit him, but I said, I was damn scared the hell out of him.
Wow.
And I mean, that's the part that really, really just rattled me. That people are that low down in this country now that they won't help somebody in trouble.
So how about how about the prosthetic? Did you break? You said you broke the elbow. Were you able to get that fixed?
Yeah, they what they did was they took. We had to spend a day in Oklahoma City, and they took right there where that thing hooks on. He just took that part out, and they had to let it set overnight for it to mold. What he basically done, he made me a new forearm. And put it back on there, and we took off, and everything's good. I mean, we're 100% now. I think we're 100%. Feel like I'm 100%. Sure felt good to sit in that seat and turn that big Caterpillar over, listen to it roar to life. I mean, that made me smile year to year.
Mm-hmm.
But that's pretty much what's going on, buddy. I mean, that's the whole 9 yards. I don't know whether I was feeling sorry for myself or whatever, but I just I mean, Steve, the thing that bothered me was that happened. The wreck, I could have got over that, but it's just the part laying there hurt and seeing them jackasses out there and didn't do nothing to help you. But I'll tell you one thing I will say. For the law enforcement, EMS, Southwest Airlines, Sandy Talbert, things couldn't have played together no more than what they did. I mean, it was in light of all the bad stuff that happened, there was more good than bad went on. Law enforcement out there, I mean, everybody just bent over backwards to help me, and I can't thank them enough. And so that's where we're at, buddy. I mean, we're back to trucking. We're still going to aggravate you for about 2 more years. And,
man, oh man, I mean it's a shocker of a story. I mean, because I knew I had called I mean, you had been missing for a couple weeks, and I know you work a week and you're off a week, and I started getting kind of worried. And I left you a couple of messages, and I thought, man, I don't know what's going on with the Gouger.
Well, the only person that knew what was going on was Grump. And I asked, I said, Bo, when I get back to work, I'll get on and tell the story to everybody where they can hear it and everything. I said, just because if that guy would have bought it, could have come up with the money, I wasn't coming back. I was getting out of it. I mean, that thing rattled me bad. I don't get rattled easy, but that rattled me. And I mean, you're out there in the middle, and I mean out there where this thing happened at. It just so happened I was just 1.5 miles out of town, the little old hamlet there, Paducah, which ain't very big. But I mean, for that stretch to that highway, you go like it's 45 miles, 50 miles between towns. And being out there in the middle and it just unnerved me, man. I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't lying to anybody. I mean, I told Debbie, I said it got next to me, and so everything's good. We're back 100%. Got everything fixed up, and we're ready to start roaming and prowling again and giving you hell at night.
I'm glad you're okay. I see. Thank the good Lord above. Like something a lot of folks saying, angels were watching out for you. So it's good to have you back, Gouger.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. But I tell you one thing. I want to tell everybody something. If you ain't wearing your damn seatbelt, I have become an advocate for seatbelt usage, because if I hadn't had my seatbelt on that night, it'd have probably been really bad. So, if you don't buckle up, start buckling up, because you never know in that instance when you might need it.
Just like that. Yep.
Because I was one of the world's worst when it got dark. And for some reason, that night, I didn't unbuckle that seatbelt. And so I've become a big advocate for seatbelts. I mean, even Biscuit said, "You're wearing a seatbelt?" I said, yes, ma'am. From this day forward, we will use 100% seatbelt. So, buddy, it was good talking to you.
Yes,
and like I said,
thank you for the full story there, Gouger. Good to have you back.
And I appreciate you letting me tell it, and everybody knows what was going on. So, Steve, I'll talk to you tomorrow night. We'll be out roaming somewhere.
Now we know the rest of the story. Wow. I did not see that coming. All right, let's coming up here. We got news break just a matter of minutes away. I know we've got others hanging in there. We got Louis Pugh with OOIDA coming up following the top of the hour news break. Talking a little bit about what's going on in the industry, the regulations, speed limiters, side under ride guards, automatic emergency braking. We'll get all the, I guess that's the political side of trucking. The update, or the regulatory side. That would be the term, regulatory side. But real quick, first, Glenn says, good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Pleasant 73 degrees in Auburndale, Florida tonight. And trucking we go. Stay safe out there. Heat Wave is on board. Good morning, all you happy people out there. Halloween's over. The parents of extremely hyperactive kids are just loving this night. Texas Rangers, 1 win away from their first World Series title. Yes, they are now up 3-1 over the Diamondbacks. Heat Wave's at the Hacienda tonight. Good afternoon. There's Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. Checking in from Fishkill, New York tonight. Hello, Marianne. Hello, Pappy. 32, Harrison, Ohio. Cold, windy. As we were trick-or-treating with the granddaughter. Man. She earned every bit of that candy tonight. I'm glad that's over, because now it's time to turn on that app to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers and all the nocturnal listeners out there. What day is it, listeners? What day is it? Are you with me? Of course, that was before the Carolina Monkey Gouger chimed in there. A lot of folks saying, God bless. Let me scroll down a little bit there. Angels were with you. Monkey Gouger's back. Thank you, Jesus. All right. Pappy, Monkey Gouger in the house, alive and kicking. Buckeye Boy, Jimmy. I'm glad you came out of that wreck in one piece. The good Lord was in that cab with you. And the fact that you have the experience to not panic and fight the truck to keep it upright, even with the damage to the steering components, that is amazing. Roy in Northwest Illinois. Yeah, wow, what an adventure. Hello to Jeffrey in New York. Good morning, Steve. I'm ready for a fantastic show. You never disappoint. Kevin says, Gouger, Jesus, the angels were with you. Wow. Hello to Bidu, checking in. Good morning to the overnight crew. Cass, so glad Monkey Gouger's okay. John Ferguson, praise God for miracles. I think you get the gist there. All right. About a minute before news break, so if you want to hang in there for those on hold, I think we're going to, he's only got about 20, 25 minutes to hang out with us, and we'll see what we can get in there. We'll squeeze as much in as we possibly can with Louis Pugh, who is, by the way, if you're not familiar, Executive Vice President of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. Real quick, before we hit that news break top of the hour, Got the latest numbers, prices at the pump from ProMiles this week, and it looks like an increase of just under 4 cents per gallon. Now has the national diesel average at $4.47 per gallon. We did see some relief in a number of regions, including California and the West Coast. They saw drops in excess of 11 cents per gallon. The West Coast without California down about 8 cents. The not-so-fortunate regions of the Midwest, average price up 15 cents from a week ago. The Rocky Mountain region actually saw an increase of more than 10 cents per gallon. So there you go. Again, national average at $4.47.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. FBI Director Chris Wray has emphasized that the threat of terrorism in the U.S. has escalated to a whole other level in the aftermath of the deadly Hamas attack on Israel. He informed a Senate panel that terrorist groups have renewed their calls to target the U.S. and its interests. Wray's immediate concern is that violent extremists may find inspiration from the conflict in the Middle East and potentially target Americans. New York Senator Kirsten Gillibrand thinks the government could be heading for a shutdown even though the House has picked a new speaker. The Democrat notes the chaos leading up to Louisiana Republican Mike Johnson's election and his recent proposals.
I'm not optimistic that he wants to govern. And making sure that we keep the government running is a hallmark of governing. I'm somewhat concerned.
Gillibrand says the first bill he's offered undermined bipartisan support of Israel, saying he seems unwilling to govern. Johnson previously introduced a bill to take money away from IRS to fund Israel, with Gillibrand calling it a stupid idea. There's a high probability that the disturbance in the Eastern Caribbean could evolve into the next named storm. According to the National Hurricane Center, the low-pressure area is generating showers and thunderstorms with a 70% likelihood of development in the next 7 days. If it does develop, it will be named Vince. Microsoft is introducing its latest artificial intelligence capability, Copilot. This advanced tool can generate text with a human-like touch for tasks such as answering questions and composing emails. Additionally, Copilot has the capacity to perform PC-specific functions like launching applications and enabling Bluetooth. This innovative feature is a key component of the significant update to Microsoft Windows 11. This is USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses Oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3. Shipping is free.
This week, legal challenges aimed at preventing former President Trump from appearing in the 2024 presidential ballot in 2 states will be addressed in court. A trial for a lawsuit filed by a Colorado group commenced yesterday. The Minnesota Supreme Court is scheduled to hear oral arguments in a comparable case this week. Southern California gun shop owners say the conflict in Gaza is fueling a surge in gun purchases in the local Jewish community. One Los Angeles gun shop reports business doubling since the war between Israel and Hamas began. They noted this is the first time there has been a significant spike in local Jews and Israeli Americans arming themselves. Mask mandates on commercial flights for COVID-19 are likely becoming a thing of the past.
The Senate has approved an amendment to a spending bill prohibiting the use of federal funds to enforce face-covering mandates on airlines, trains, and buses.
We've learned a lot of lessons as a result of the politicalization of science and the mixed messages that people got during the pandemic.
GOP Senator John Cornyn of Texas, who supported the amendment, hailed it as a victory for personal freedom. I'm John Schaefer.
Consumer confidence is down for the 3rd straight month. The Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index slipped nearly 2 points in October. The board's chief economist said many Americans are worried about rising prices, particularly for gas and groceries. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and a loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by...
Alrighty, welcome back. Welcome aboard for those just joining us. Hey, we've got a special guest joining us here this morning. We're going to talk a little bit about the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. I know the drill, OOIDA, fighting for the rights of the men and women behind the wheel for now 50 years. It's a big anniversary this year. But joining us on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive this morning is Executive Vice President, none other than Louis Pugh. How we doing, Louis?
I'm fantastic. It's great to be on the show as always. And yeah, it's our big 50th here at OOIDA. Big 50th for me too. I just turned 50 last week. So
really?
You know how to share a birthday.
All right. Well, happy birthday, Louis. I appreciate you taking the time out to join us here on the program. Last time we spoke, it seems like yesterday, but it was all the way back at the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, kind of at the beginning of the year. A lot of things have happened since then. I guess if you want to just, most folks probably know who Louis Pugh is, but if you'd like to just introduce yourself a little bit, tell us how long you've been with the organization and what your duties are.
Yeah, originally prior to coming to OOIDA, I had a small business trucking company in southeastern Ohio. Did that for almost 23, 24 years. As far as being with OOIDA, I started as a member in 1996. I was elected to the board of directors in 2004. And then after a call from our past president, Jim Johnson, in 2017, asking if I'd like to learn how to drive a desk, I decided with some of the things going on in trucking, maybe it's a good time to go learn how to drive a desk. And I still think I'm a much better truck driver than I am a desk driver, but that's how I ended up here. And in 2018, I was elected to executive vice president position. And my main jobs here are overseeing and working and doing advocacy for truckers and also for membership and stuff like that.
So membership, it's been, I remember the days years ago when I think there was only 60,000 members. It's up to over, I believe, 160,000 now. Is that about the ballpark we're in?
150, but yeah, I think when I joined, there was like 30,000, if that. I don't even know if there's that many. I mean, but yeah, we have about 150,000 members now, and we'd like to have 300,000, you know. It's,
absolutely.
The more we have, there's strength in numbers, for sure.
Well, for those out there, listeners to the program that may not really be familiar with OOIDA, if they're not a member, what would you tell them about some of the benefits of being a member of your organization?
Well, first and foremost, we advocate for the rights as small business truckers and drivers. That's our number one thing, is fighting for the rights. That's how we were started and what we were started for in 1973 by a group of truckers during the Arab oil embargo, and we continue that commitment today. Some of the other things that we offer, we have a magazine that goes out every 9 times a year. It's a great place to keep up to what's going on in trucking as far as on the government affairs side and the regulatory side. Also website, lots of e-blast news, stuff like that to keep you updated, because if you own it, especially if you own a truck, you need to know what's going on out there regulation wise, and drivers do as well, but there's some different regulations for each, but we keep you in tune on that. We have a compliance department, which I think is a great benefit to a member. You call in, you have a problem, whether it's with you think you got a bad violation, you got a question on equipment specking or warranty or any kind of thing you can think of when it comes to trucking and rules and regs. That's what they're here for, and that's a free service to you. We also have a drug testing consortium. We have permitting, licensing, truck insurance, lots of life and health benefits here as well. So lots of different benefits for truckers and drivers here, but and plus a lot of discounts, all kinds of discounts and savings. But again, our number one thing is that we're your voice in Washington, D.C. There's a lot of voices in Washington, D.C. against you. There's a lot of voices in Washington, D.C. that say they're for you, and they're really not, but we are truly a voice. We were founded by truckers. We're still, myself, Todd, we're past truckers. My board of directors was all truckers. And we want to hear from members how things are going in, and we take that to Washington, D.C. and share that message on the Hill every day. In fact, I have 4 lobbyists in D.C. working there every day, right across the street from DOT.
I know that the words owner-operator, Independent Drivers Association, gets confused quite often, that you're not just an organization for owner-operators per se.
No, exactly. I mean, we were started in 1973. That was prior deregulation. That was prior. A lot of things in trucking. The world was different then. But an owner-operator, of course, is an owner-operator. But an independent driver is actually a company driver. It's not a Teamster. That was the pre-deregulation term. And we've carried our name and continue to carry our name. And so, yeah, you're right. But, a lot of the rules and regulations that we fight for at Washington, company drivers have to follow just the same as owner-operators. Of course, and, there's some things that we do that mainly affect owner-operators. There's some things that we're doing that mainly affect company drivers. Or, for example, broker reform and stuff like that has more of a direct effect to owner-operators. But the removal of the Fair Labor Standards act of exempting truck drivers from overtime, that's something that has a more direct effect on company drivers. So we look at both sides and try to do what's best for trucking all the way.
That's a good lead-in, Louis, to some of the things I wanted to see about getting an update from you on as far as legislative issues. There's a ton of things out there right now. I guess let's start. You mentioned the broker thing. I had an update this past evening from your landline page there, the DOT. I guess they're going to finally come out with something, but they keep kicking the can down the road. We're moving up into next year. Where do things stand with the broker transparency?
I think the main place it stands is FMCSA doesn't want to stand up and do the right thing, which is really a shame. Like you said, it seems like yesterday, but the last time you and I spoke was in March at MATS. At MATS, FMCSA was there and had a listening session, and they told the folks at the listening session that they were going to come out with an announcement, I think, in early summer around June. Well, then they kicked it to September. Now they're kicking it till next year. And, we all know that there's all this fraud and all this stuff going on in brokerage right now. And there's already regulation on the books that could have some help with this, we think, as far as this broker transparency. We shouldn't even have to have this discussion. It's a regulation. Brokers should be following it. That's what's really frustrating. They should be following it. And if they're not, FMCSA should be doing something about it. It's crazy now. We put a petition out, ORDA, in 2020, spring of 2020. We petitioned the agency for this. Here we are going into 2024, looking like it's going to be over 4 years. It's going to take them to give us an answer. That's just insane. And, truckers, are hemorrhaging. You can argue the point that we probably allowed too many people to get their authority during the good times. And, so we're kind of paying that price a little bit now. But still, it doesn't give brokers the right to exempt themselves from a regulation or a rule. Brokers should have to supply this information.
That's the kicker there, right? They've got this loophole. I mean, you say the regulation is they are supposed to disclose the financial terms of the deal or whatever. They put what's fine print in the contract saying that the driver doesn't have the right to see that?
They either put in there that they don't, most of them, or they put in there that you have to come to their office. Well, if you're a truck driver who lives in Ohio and you load to Florida or Texas or somewhere all the time, and the broker's in California, you're not going to go out to his office to look at a $2,000 or $3,000 load to see if he's cheating you or not. We can do this electronically. We send broker contracts and all this stuff electronically, so they can provide this. And of course, the big pushback from the brokers are, well, we can't disclose this information due to our customers. Well, that's another cop-out. All you have to do is file have the trucker sign a non-disclosure agreement. Those are done in business all the time. We sign them here at OOIDA all the time. That's just a normal way of doing business. And again, it's just an excuse for them to continue to skirt the system and skirt the regulations. I wonder how long it would take FMCSA to come down on a carrier that was making their drivers sign some sort of document to exempt them from hours of service or something to that effect. I bet FMCSA wouldn't take 4 years to hammer them.
Mm-hmm. And let's move over to another big issue is the speed limiters. It's been years we've talked about it. It's been proposed and then not moved on, proposed again. There's really kind of the push. It seems more and more like it may happen. We have legislation on both the House and the Senate. What do you think the prospects are? The House, I believe, is the DRIVE Act, right? And they've got the sister version in the Senate. How are things going with that?
Yeah, you're right. We do have the language. It's H.R. 3039 and Senate Bill 2671, the DRIVE Act. And we, thanks to Congressman Bashane and Senator Daines for putting that out there. Right now, what we need is drivers, your listeners, people out there to pick up the telephone, call their members or send them an email or something to co-sponsor this. That's how we're going to push this and get this across the line, but it's going to take grassroots. And, You know, with 16,000 comments sent to FMCSA, we should have had 100,000, but 16,000 is still remarkable in today's world. We need 16,000 messages sent to lawmakers to support this bill to stop this, because that's what the bill does. You know, it's a crazy political climate we live in. There's so much division. There's so much far right, far left. And I don't know what will happen, whether we can get this across or not. But I do know this: if we can get truckers to pick up the phone and reach out to their lawmakers and tell them to support this bill, that's going to go the longest, farthest way of getting us across the finish line.
I know you've got a website, fightingfortruckers.com. Is that correct? .com?
You're right. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Steve. You're right. It's fightingfortruckers.com. I urge you truckers to go there. And I always jokingly say, but it's the truth, you can go on there, you can find your lawmakers, you can read about this stuff. But the biggest thing is you can send a comments or your opinion to a lawmaker, and you can do it faster, or at least as fast on there, and get it to somebody that can make a difference, as you can put something out on another social media site, Facebook, Twitter, whatever, complaining about an issue, and that's never going to help anything. So go to Fighting for Truckers, send that information in, because I'm with you. I think FMCSA is going to do something. I'm not sure what. I think it's going to be a hybrid rule. I think you're going to be able to go one speed. If you don't have safety technology, so-called safety technology, you're going to be able to go a different speed if you do. And that's just Louis Pugh's opinion. Mm-hmm. That's, but that's what I think. We've heard speeds as low as 60 and as high as 70 floated out there. Again, lots of states have higher. This isn't going to be safe. This is going to make the roads worse. Once again, Federal Motor Carriers Administration is doing something that's going to make safety numbers go the wrong way if they continue down this road. But, and again, this is where there's some people in Washington, D.C. that say they fight for truckers. They're actually pushing this. So, but we're stopping against it. So, again, pick up the phone, go to Fighting for Truckers.
Well, you mentioned for drivers that have the, quote, technology. That's another piece of legislation. That's the ABS requirements, right? The automatic braking system. They're looking to mandate that as well. And I'm seeing the comments, not nearly as many on that as we saw for the speed limiters, but many drivers are saying the technology isn't there. It's you agree it's not ready yet?
Yeah, it's not there. It's not ready yet. We don't, they're supposed to do testing and all this other stuff. They haven't fulfilled that. So we're pushing back on that. Yeah, I mean, all these things are great, but this all comes back to the original argument that we say at OOIDA all the time. If you really want safety on the highways and you really want to do something that makes a difference, let's train the driver. It's like we just keep coming up with all these little gadgets and doodads. And I rented a car not too long ago that had some of those gadgets and doodads, and they didn't work correctly. We have them on our Spirit truck, and they don't always work correctly. I mean, my car, I can't half the time get the Bluetooth to connect to my phone. But yet we're going to put all this stuff on and think it's going to work.
Yeah. All right. So like we said, there's a lot going on legislatively. And if drivers go to the fightingfortruckers.com, a lot of that stuff's listed on there, things that they can get the latest and read up on things.
Yeah, they can go to Fighting for Truckers. They can get the great read on it. They can find out some stuff, make comments. There's also information on the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, 2367 and Senate Bill 1034, which really stands a good chance to get through. There's some information on there about the restroom bill that's out there. Thank Congressman Nels, H.R. 3869. And hopefully here pretty soon we're going to have some information about the overtime. We're hoping once Congress gets a speaker and stuff, there'll be some pending legislation coming out on this Overtime Act. So, yeah, there's a lot of good information. And if you don't find the information on there you're looking for, pick up the phone, give us a call here at OOIDA. Ask for me. I'm more than happy to talk to you. Todd will talk to you, or ask for one of our government affairs or our compliance department. We can get you the information you need.
You've had the number 800-444-5791 for many, many years. That's still your number?
That's still it, or 816-229-5791. Either one, and if you can't remember that, just go to OOIDA.com and you can get the number right there.
Couple weeks ago, we had a show that I've never been to, but I hear it's a really cool show, the Guilty by Association Truck Show. You guys were, I guess, pretty much taking the lead there, kind of sponsoring that. How'd things go for your 50th anniversary there?
They went good, all things considered. Mother Nature didn't want to cooperate there for a little bit, but that's a great show, and I urge you, if you get a chance, you should come, Steve. You'd love it. It's nothing like Louisville, nothing against Louisville. It's a completely different demeanor. I tell everybody it's a big truck cruise in, because that's what it's like. It's like a 3-day car show, but with semis. They had monster trucks, truck pools, a band, convoy, all kinds of stuff. It's just everybody sitting around having a good time. And with cool trucks. And if you want to take a truck there, you don't have to have a fancy show truck. There's lots of just normal working trucks there and stuff like that. It's just a place for truckers to go out and have fun. But yeah, we've taken the lead on this show for the last few years with Brian at 4 States. I mean, I guess I should say they take the lead. We're the number one sponsor there. So it's kind of a partnership to a point. This year we had a little added presence, kind of our 50th celebration, along with Brian and Gildy and them and those guys down at the Chrome Shop at 4 States. Brian and his brother Bryce, I can't say enough of how good they are, how much they care about trucking and truckers, and that's all they want people to do is come to this show and have fun. We saw lots of members. Gave away lots of hats, lots of prizes, so that was nice. Had some new cool T-shirts and road gear down there to sell, so that was cool too. So, but all in all, it was just a really good time. Sammy Kershaw was there. Aaron
I had some Aaron Tippin. You had some old names I recognized that were all performing there.
Oh, and Aaron Tippin's a member.
Right.
Yeah, and he's a member, so he's been here at the office before. So, and Colin Ray was there. So yeah, those guys all did a fantastic job. Very pro blue collar, very pro trucking. So Great time.
Well, here we are into the month of October already. I guess truck show season's kind of winding down. And anything left on the agenda for this year that you guys are going to be at that's significant?
No, nothing really as far as show-wise that I know of that we're going to be at, except for on the middle of, I think it's the last week of October, the 25th of October. I'm going to be up at the American Truck Historical Society's headquarters. They're doing their annual Hall of Fame introduction. OIDO was in the original class of that. So that's pretty cool. So we'll be attending that to see the new people inducted in there. We'll have the truck there. If anybody's around, you're a member of ATHS, stop by. Or even if you're not, it's a fun little thing. It's only a couple hours at their main office. But other than that, that's sort of all we got, I think, on the books. Just normal everyday stuff here. I'll probably going to be DC a couple more times before the end of the year to talk to FMCSA on this broker stuff some more, along with lawmakers on it, along with the truck parking, speed limiters, and restroom, and the stuff we're fighting every day.
So there's a lot of things legislatively going on. Yeah, you mentioned you'll have the truck. That's the spirit of the American trucker that's out there, touring the country pretty much. Is he out there year-round or?
Usually, yes. Right now, Marty is not, but most of the time, yeah, he's all over the country year round. You can go to our website, but right now he's off. He had a little accident this summer up in Reno, and so I had to go out and bring the truck back, and so he's been off. I'm hoping he gets back on the road here in November. But in fact, I'm going tomorrow myself down to pick the truck up. We left it down at Joplin, and I'm bringing it back from Joplin tomorrow. So I get to a little bit of road time tomorrow.
There you go. All right. Well, I appreciate you so much joining us here this early morning, Louie. Anything we haven't touched on that you might want to mention? Or, of course, for those that aren't members, if they want to become a member, it's pretty simple to join, right?
Yeah, and in fact, there's no better time than now to join. The one thing that we've been doing all year for our 50th is it's normally $45 a year to be a member at OIDA. If you see it's a truck show somewhere, well, usually it's $35. But all this year we've been running a 2 for $50 special since it's our 50th. So you can actually get 2 years for $50. OIDA.com, you can join right there. online, or you can, again, call in at 816-229-5791 and join. I urge people to join. I urge you to give us a look. I think you'll be happy with what you see, what you do. Again, I always reiterate, we were started by truckers. We're still ran by truckers. You can call and talk to the president or the executive vice president anytime. Todd and me both answer our phone. As you know, Steve, we attend truck shows, and we like to talk to our members and hear from our members. And we are always here for you. And, you know, it was Trucker Appreciation Week a few weeks ago, but we know how to appreciate truckers year round. I know how hard your job is. I've done it. I feel for you, and we support you. And if there's anything we can do, let us know. But mainly thanks to all the men and women out there behind the wheel and out there on the road. You're much appreciated. And most certainly this country couldn't move forward or survive without you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think you had one other tip. It just crossed my mind. Yesterday,
Sure.
They came down with this whole thing about limiting the amount of there's a regional declaration of emergency. What was that all about? Kind of trying to cut back in the number of days from usually they could implement a 30-day emergency declaration and waive some of the hours. What's the deal with changing that yesterday?
Well, they think that they don't need to do 30 days. And they could probably argue, that's probably a fair argument, because it seems like because of truckers and the hard job and the good job that they do, when these emergency declarations happen, truckers usually get the goods there within a week or a week and a half at the latest. I mean, unless it's just something catastrophic like Katrina was. I mean, I did some of that stuff, but a lot of these smaller things that happen, our truck drivers, you know, they're there the next day. They get the call and they're on their way. So I guess you can argue that is maybe it's needed, maybe it's not. The thing that I always come back to on these emergency declarations is, you know, we never have massive carnage. We never have accidents. We never have any problems with the people that are running under these exemptions. And I always bring that up on hours of service discussions and all these other discussions that we have. It's like, you tell us how we need all these things, because if we didn't have them, there'd be massive carnage. But any kind of little thing happens, we waive all these rules and regulations.
Yep.
And nothing happens.
Yeah. You had 2.5, damn near 3 years of a COVID emergency declaration federally, nationwide. All said and done, is it correct they came up with 2 accidents? Drivers operating under the exemption, and they were both single vehicle accidents. Nobody was hurt.
Yes, I think you are correct. There was 2 or 3 at the most. Right. Yes.
we need stricter rules there, Louis.
Yes.
All right,
more regulation.
All right. Well, I guess that's a good point to leave off there. I appreciate you again so much for joining us. We'll do this again, and of course, you know, so you say that you say you're up late at night sometimes, or I could maybe call you at the late night hour.
Yeah, you can call me. Just let me know. I'll be up. I guess all them years of driving truck, I've never learned how to go to sleep early yet. So I'm still a night owl. So I always trucked at night. So yeah, I call anytime. This has been fun, and always more than happy to join you on your show. And it's been a pleasure as always, my friend.
All right. Tip of the hat. Tell Todd Spencer I said hello. I only got to briefly see him there in Louisville. And again, Norita, tell her hey, and thanks again.
I will do that. Thank you, my friend. Thanks for what you do as well, Steve. It's much appreciated.
All right, we'll be back with more after this. Stick around. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Reports say at least 10 people are dead after a mass shooting in Maine. Police say dozens more are injured, and they're searching for the shooter in the city of Lewiston. Police have released an image of a man with what appears to be an assault rifle. Speaking from the White House Wednesday, President Biden has issued a stern caution to Iran regarding potential assaults on U.S.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, welcome back. Tip of the hat to USA Radio News, which they download. Yeah, they update the newscast supposedly every hour. Somebody at the headquarters clicked on Wednesday a week ago as we were hearing breaking news out of Maine. Hello, McFly, wake up! It is the first day of November. Senor Heatwave, hi there.
Good morning, Senor. Well, let me open up by saying, Monkey Gouger, I am so glad you have been recovered from your accident. I'm glad the good Lord was looking over you. And many, many more miles, my friend. Get as many as you can in the next 2 years. Steve, I have to tell you something. Your father started the show, and then you're continuing. But your show has brought together so many different people from so many walks of life, from so many different areas. A lot of folks on your show, I have numbers to, call them regular, Facebook friends. Had it not been for your platform here and your father before you, we would have never, ever have got to know a lot of good people out there. And Gouger is one, Grump is another, and then you got Dipsy Driver. You got Monty Python, who we had the pleasure of hosting for a couple hours over here this past weekend. Hell of a nice guy. We got 5'7", we got Brain Dead, we got just a whole bunch of people out there. And don't worry, talking about Gilligan, I don't want to forget him. You know, so, I mean, we just got so many people out there that, you know, they pop up in mind. Miss Millie is one. I tell you what, it is just a fantastic show that you have, and the opportunity for us to call, to get to know, and have just lifelong friends with. Thank you very much for what you do for us.
Absolutely. One big happy family, huh?
Well, there are times. So, anyways, yeah, I tell you what, we had 19 kids, so, and then we had 5 on Saturday. So, yeah, we had 24 kids come over today, this last night, to dress up and come on over and get some candy from me and the missus. I tell you what, yeah, there are a lot of parents out there that they know that one day every year that their kids are going to get hopped up on all sorts of sugar and caffeine. Oh boy. So I don't know why, but every time I opened the door and it was a little child or, you know, their bigger brother or their bigger sister, I just shed a tear because it was just such a happy thing for me to do.
Yeah.
So,
well,
yeah,
for the princess thinking I didn't have enough candy. Now, I slept through the trick-or-treating thing because I had to work tonight, but she was moaning and complaining that I didn't have enough candy. Well, she said there were plenty of trick-or-treaters. There was plenty of candy because I've got plenty of leftovers here in the secret bunker now.
So now you're going to be the hyper child, huh?
I got my Reese Cups, my Kit Kats, I got Twix, I got Whoppers. Yes, good to go.
Yes. Tell you what, that damn candy was expensive.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, $30 for 300 pieces. You know, and you know, if it were the regular size, I could understand. But dadgum, these are fun size. And it's a $30 bag for 300 pieces of little stuff.
Miniatures.
Yeah, I mean, you could spend a paycheck and not realize it just buying the damn candy. So I'm sure Halloween is getting up there. Probably surpasses Easter as far as candy goes for one day. But dadgum, I tell you what. I truly wish I had a job that paid a lot more so I could afford a lot more of that extra stuff. Yeah, we're still looking at another potential opportunity in Albuquerque, and I found out today that the hiring manager and his assistant got dismissed by the company that I'm applying at, so we'll just have to wait and see how much longer it'll take to get this ball of wax rolling. And I guess once they hire someone to hire, then maybe they can look at my app and say, hey, let's hire this guy. So hire. That's the way I like to see my paychecks. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, the price of fuel is fluctuating. I don't know. We had a caller call in last week that was saying that more oil was pumped out. Was it in a month's time or a year's time or whatever?
Yeah, it was for the year of 2022. It was, we set a new record apparently. 22, or is it going to be this year? I forget. Yeah, that was our conversation with Sundance. Yeah, I think we're producing 2 or 3 million barrels more than we were like a year ago. Yeah, but that's where you got Saudi Arabia and Russia, essentially cutting off the equivalent of 3 million barrels a day more. Not a year, a day, 3 million a day.
Right.
So
it really levels out. I mean, whatever they're not producing, now we're producing, but since they're not producing that much more pro oil per day, we're still in the same pickle we were in. So, and earlier today in Albuquerque at a Sam's Club, it was $2.95.9 a gallon. And, I mean, they had cars out there to beat the band. And I got to tell you, I've never seen so many idiots out there, so many people that just don't think about it. Your fuel tank may not be on the side that you want to be at that's closest to the pump. But the hoses out here at these stores, they do have a little leeway, a little give, that you can bring the damn hose to the driver's side of the vehicle, and you can pump from the passenger side. But nobody wants to do that. By God, their fuel tank is on one side, and they're going to go to that side that the fuel tank is on to pump. I swear, I don't know if I'm the only brainiac out there that can see that actually exercises, and stretches that line all the way across. It is just amazing. But I had seen fuel in Artesia, New Mexico, which is down southeast, heading toward Carlsbad, on the way up 2 Saturdays. Was it last Saturday? Yeah, last Saturday. It was $2.89 a gallon. And of course, you go to Roswell, and it's already 30-40 cents higher. I was like, my goodness, it's a long way to drive to go to work one way, and it's really a bear, for a round trip. They do give you a per diem, but, you use that and then some just for the fuel to get down there and come back. So I guess I shouldn't complain too much because I am getting paid a salary. But, it's getting to the point now where I don't want to lose the possessions I have acquired with my time with Yellow.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that just, I know the signs were there. The signs were there. I just said, you know what, I'm going to run it until this river runs dry or hits a wet spot. And apparently I hit hard in the dry spot. And speaking of Yellow, Jack Cooper.
Yes.
I think I sent you that thing yesterday or Monday. The question is, where are the customers going to come from? They've already dispersed out towards the other LTL carriers. The government says, well, we need to make sure that Yellow's back so they can go ahead and pay us back the loans. Well, that's all nice and dandy. I mean, 9 congressional people signed off on it. They were all Democrats. Well, one's an independent, Bernie Sanders. Well, I just call him the socialist. And then you had Uncle Fester from Pennsylvania sign off on it. Now, if you've got those two people sign off on a statement like that, that's not going to be good. And, the next question is, where are they going to get their drivers from?
Right.
If it's going to be with the same management and same ideology, you can count this old boy out. I don't want to be, caught in another damn trap like the Yellow had. And 3 rather, Estes bought all that property for $1.52 billion.
Correct. And with that, the government's going to get their $700 million back.
Yeah. But I mean, if they're going to have whoever it was, I said Cooper, okay, fine. You're going to take over the yellow assets. Well, that just means you're going to take over the trucks and trailers. Where are you going to have your terminals at?
Yeah.
You going to lease from Estes? I mean, that would be fantastic for Estes. I mean, they've made the investment for the properties they didn't already own, and now that they have them all, I mean, they can make a killing hand over fist. So, I tell you, well, it's getting colder out here. Last week was a little bit of a warm week, but now it's definitely getting cooler out here in the mountains of New Mexico, and I'm really looking forward to the winter, I think. The end of the year is always great because it's highlighted with the New Mexico State Fair, the Balloon Fiesta, and of course we got Veterans Day, which all us veterans get to eat for free at a lot of the different truck stops and restaurants out there.
And I think it's Captain Ron. I'm trying to recall who it is. I think the phone disconnected on him there. I believe Captain Ron is the guy that takes real advantage on Veterans Day. He'll go out and get his free meal. He goes to 2-3 different places. Breakfast, lunch, dinner. He cashes in. All right. I will get back to the calls coming up here. Hello, Shorty, which I believe Shorty just celebrated. Did you say 35 years in the biz? 36. Here it is. I-77 northbound, North Carolina. Columbus bound tonight. Halloween marked my 36th year driving truck. Man, oh man, I've seen some changes from pay, parking, C-beers, truck stops that had real restaurants, less road rage, kids wanting you to honk the horn. So many changes out there. Trucking has been good to me and my family. And a great wife by my side for 38 years. Also, a big thank you for the Truckin' Bozo and Steve for all those years you've kept me awake at night. Keep up the great work. Well, congratulations. I think he said 4 million miles under his belt at this point in time. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia tonight. Not bad. Trick-or-treating with the grandkids. Temperature in the lower 50s. As long as the wind wasn't blowing, it was tolerable with a medium jacket. They just got my truck parts. Late afternoon this past days. We'll see how fast they can get her done. I should know by about the noon hour here Wednesday. Everybody have a great night. Be careful out there. Timothy said, my wife handed out 9 big 365-piece candy bags tonight and still had kids out there after we turned out the lights. What the hell? Where do you live? Where do you have that many trick-or-treaters? All right, good to have you on board. I got 9 of those. How much did you spend? You spent a couple $100 on candy. Wow. John Ferguson, almost to Denver tonight. We'll deliver tomorrow in Brighton. Everybody stay safe, and blessings to all. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we did touch on it's what they're calling a long shot deal. Trying to salvage yellow. I say it ain't gonna happen. Just this past day from FreightWaves, top story was, where did all that freight from the previous yellow freight, who absorbed all that? It's all moving. If yellow were to come back, what the hell are they going to haul? The third quarter earnings season showed all publicly traded LTL carriers experienced some type of bump due to Yellow's exit. If it was a competition, Saia would be the winner. While there's a little bit of noise in the numbers, the sequential progression from the second to third quarters is a good yardstick of how Yellow's $5 billion freight share was redistributed. They've been teetering for years, as we know, on the brink of bankruptcy. Also worth noting, private regional carriers and top 5 national operator Estes were likely market share takers during that period, but the market is not privy to their results. Saia reported an 11.3% increase in shipments per day from the second to third quarter. The carrier added more than 1,000 employees in this period, building on the existing headcount of roughly 12,000 to accommodate the influx. Now, the tighter capacity backdrop actually pushed yields higher. Their revenue per hundred rate increased 7.2%, excluding fuel surcharges. That calculation bolstered by lower shipment weights, which has been seen throughout the industry as the broader industrial and manufacturing complexes have cooled off. They break into the operating ratios. Some of the others, most carriers saw about 5% sequential increases in shipments during the quarter. Old Dominion invested ahead of the curve. That was their strategy, allowed to post a 5.7% increase in daily shipments, minimal disruption to service. They have grown door capacity roughly 50% through $2 billion of real estate investment over the last 10 years. Let's see, who else on the list here? The comments align with Morgan Stanley. The survey of shippers and 3PLs that previously used Yellow. 35% of those polled said that while they have already placed their freight with a new carrier, they're still maybe looking to make a change. In other words, looking for somebody that might haul that freight cheaper like Yellow did. XPO said per-day shipment counts increased by more than 1,000 in each month of the third quarter to more than 54,000 per day in the month of September. All in, daily shipments were up 5% from the second to third quarter. Yields moved 6% higher, excluding fuel surcharges. So there's XPO. TFI International, the U.S. LTL segment, T-Force, recorded a 5.1% increase in shipments. Now, a little lighter at the peak of the disruption, but TFI has seen a little bit of slippage of that captured freight in recent weeks. Let's see, Knight Swift Transportation, the LTL unit, recorded a 4.3% increase in shipments from the second to third quarters. So you get the gist across the board. The freight has already been absorbed. If you were trying to revive Yellow, what are they going to haul would be the bigger question. And of those 30,000 drivers, or the 30,000 employees that lost their jobs, obviously there's probably still a few. I think most of them by now surely have had to find something, whether in the trucking sector or maybe they've had to change jobs. Who knows? But all right, we'll get some of the other industry headlines. Who we got coming up here? Hey, Mike Eagle will be checking in with horse feathers coming up. And who's that? Knucklebuster. What kind of baloney we got here on a Wednesday coming on? Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Hello to Big John. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight crew. Talking about the gas tank on cars, I remember when we used to have to pull the license plate down to put gas in the vehicle. Remember those days? Yes, I do. Hey, you're showing your age there, Big John. We ain't no spring chickens anymore, are we? A lot of our industry headlines this morning are out of the state of Florida. Starting with Florida police say a carjacking suspect perished this past day following a high-speed multi-county police chase a little after 11 o'clock this past morning in Duval County, Florida. Multiple law enforcement agencies pursued the suspect along I-95 through St. Johns County into Flagler County. Once the pursuit entered Flagler, the highway patrol had joined in. That high-speed chase ended when the suspect crashed into the back of a commercial motor vehicle and its trailer. Did not survive the crash. Truck driver was not seriously hurt. All right, one other quickly, also from Florida. The DeSoto County Sheriff's Office warning drivers about a pickup driver with what they're describing as booty patrol decals, who is acting as a police impersonator. Issue statement warning the public about a white Chevy Silverado with green decals, booty patrol. To raise awareness about a vehicle, he's got the red and blue lights impersonating law enforcement, and it's not just happening in DeSoto County, but several other counties across Florida as well, they say. So they're looking for that guy.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. NBC News is reporting at least 22 people are dead and a manhunt is underway for a mass shooter in Maine.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration, engines. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
USA News Update. Reports say at least 10 people are dead after...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yes, indeed. As I just posted, Dumbass of the Week nomination for USA Radio News this morning. Come on! Not only the bottom of the hour, now they've updated somebody's clicking on last week's news. Hello, McFly. Good golly. Hey, what day is it? You know, something's going on in Maine last week. Did you heard anything about that?
Yeah, something about Maine. I don't know. It's just all kinds of bad, nasty things happening. It's like Groundhog Day. You're right. Hey, Mike, what is Groundhog Day today?
Yes.
Yeah. Check with Bill Murray there. See what's going on. Yeah. So anyways, what does the camel say?
Hey, Mike. Hey, what day is it?
There you go. Hey, hump day. So, anyway, now we got all that out of the way. So, anyways, it was good to hear Louis Pugh on there, and I guess I got to go back and re-listen to the beginning of the show there because I didn't come on there until about 20 minutes to 1 o'clock there, I guess.
Yeah.
You'd already had your conversation already begun before I got to hear the beginning. So what all happened to Monkey Gouger? So I heard something about antlers in the grill and wearing a seatbelt.
Long story short, it was back in early September. He had a pretty nasty crash. I guess he's lucky to be with us today. Hit what I don't know. He called it a bull deer, a big monster deer, somewhere there in Texas. Almost went off a cliff.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Well, glad that things ended up the way they did, and he's still here amongst us, and still here to agitate us, or us to agitate him, or however that works. But glad everything's working out. So I take it the truck was repairable by the sounds. He had to get parts for it and that. So
Correct.
I take it was a repairable accident. So that's good to hear. And I guess at that point you always have that decision to make of whether you really want to keep doing this or not keep doing this, or where you want to go with that situation. Anyways,
with the millions of miles, with the millions of miles he's got under his belt, and that's obviously, I mean, the more miles you get on the road out there, I mean, it's almost like nobody's perfect, and somewhere down the line, and it was no fault of his own. Yeah, man, how many of us have hit a deer in our lifetimes? But I don't know. His was more like, I don't know. He said it was weighed in at like 300 and some pounds. Big boy.
Yeah. Well, I know people that have hit cows, and I know people that have hit moose. And,
yep.
Our buddy, the Heat Wave there, he got in trouble because he didn't keep the back straps out of that elk that he run over. And, and even horses, Your Honor, you just never know what might be out in the road in front of you, especially this time of day. You're limited on knowing what's out there. And of course you have the other vehicles and drivers and stuff like that. I mean, 5 miles from the house there, we had somebody that decided that they didn't want to sit in line behind 5-6 cars and decided they were going to try to get out and pass everybody, and resulted in hitting somebody else head on and them losing their lives trying to be in front. So, I mean, you just never know, and that's one of those things about this job is when we walk out the door, it doesn't matter if you've been out here 2 weeks or 25 years or 40 years. There's no guarantee that we're going to be walking back in the door when we get back at the end of whether it's our daily thing or weekly thing or monthly thing or however long you're out for. But anyways, it's part of what we sign up for when we do this job, and we know that outcome can be there, kind of like what the NASCAR drivers do, and you just never know. So, anyway, let's move on from that. I was talking to Ironbeard, and he said he came across a post there from Gator that said he might not be able to continue on with us there because of not being able to do something about a medical card. Did you catch anything in Facebook or have any updates about Gator at all that you might know anything about that?
No, I had not heard a thing. Is that the Gator that used to check in from, I thought he retired anyway, from North Carolina that was doing the Food Lion? Food Lion, was that him?
Food Lion, yes, sir. Yep. So apparently, I don't know, sounds like he was still back at it. Because he had something that happened to him there 3 years ago, right?
Correct. That's why I thought he had retired, yeah.
Yeah, so I thought that I remembered somebody saying that he went to daytime and he, wasn't going to be doing nighttime anymore. But so anyways, but from what Ironbeard was telling me there, that he's not going to be able to renew his medical certificate, so that's going to take him off the highway because of no medical card. But anyways, I don't know. I'm not friends with him on Facebook, and I'm not sure if you are or not. But anyways, you know how to get a hold of Ironbeard, and you can get that information if you want to. So, I don't know what else we got there other than that. I sent you some stuff on some gasoline particulate filters. Did you get those emails?
All right, I got the emails, but it was pretty late in the evening, so I haven't had a chance to really delve into them yet. No, I have not.
Yeah, it looks like it's another ceramic type filtration system that actually goes in the exhaust system of the gasoline engines in front of the resonator pipe. So you get your from the engine it comes down and it goes through a couple sensors and things, and there's a flex pipe that goes through, and then this gasoline particulate filter is supposed to be put in there, and then it goes through the resonator pipe, and then your catalytic converter, and then your muffler, and then at some point or another, I guess it can come out the tailpipe if there's anything left and there's any pressure left to push it that far. But the one thing I sent you was actually from the Corning people, which are the glass people that are actually up in New York. There, of course, they have business other places than that, but their world headquarters is actually Corning, New York, a little west of Elmira. And I guess from what they say, they're making this ceramic type filter, and it's supposed to, filter down to a certain micron of whatever. And it's always interesting to say, they're bragging it up there that the longer it works and the more it collects, the better it's going to work, because there's going to be less particle space for things to get through because of what it's already collected. So it's going to filter better. But it's also like, hey, ding dong, when you get done blocking your filter up and it's doing such a good job filtering, it's not letting anything through. So it's going to have to be cleaned out or replaced so that you can actually have your exhaust get through your exhaust system. But again, they were talking like with the diesel particulate filters that by the time the air comes out the tailpipe, that air is actually cleaner than the air that it's being reintroduced to. Then your exhaust is being reintroduced to. So I don't know how clean we need to make vehicles to the point that the vehicles are actually scrubbing the air and making the air clean. The reason the air is cleaner. But anyway, so there's that in a nutshell. But there's a lot more. I sent you those couple of sites, and so if you get a chance and want to look more into that. But of course, adding a particulate filter to a vehicle, do you know what that's going to do to the price, Your Honor?
I don't think it's going to make the price come down any, is it?
Yeah, more than likely not. So we're already going to have enough problems and keeping the prices down now with what we heard about from the news yesterday, and now we're going to add some more things from the EPA and requirements. And of course, you were talking about the trucks in 2027, so there go their prices up. So I don't know. You think groceries at the table are going to get any cheaper, Your Honor?
3 guesses.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not. So anyway, where this world's going, we don't know. But anyway, I don't know. We had a couple other things there, but I guess the only thing I'll put in there, about the seat belts there, I'm glad to hear Monkey Gouger had his on and it kept him safe as much as it did. But I still say if they really were making them for safety, you'd have a setup more like what you have in the race cars with a 5-point harness. It wouldn't just be over one shoulder just to hold half your body. You'd actually have a system in here in these trucks that would actually hold your whole body in place where it needs to be. And I don't know, my opinion, but I don't think we're still dealing with technology from the 1950s and 1960s with seatbelts, and
right.
I mean the racing industry is increased with a lot of things and came up with a lot of good ideas to protect those drivers, and we don't see that trickling down into the automotive industry. There's got to be a better way to put it on, but I know people won't wear a Hans device and a helmet.
No.
Of course, all those people, the women there spend all that big money to get their hair done every week or every other week or whatever, they go to work. I'm sure the last thing they'd want to do is strap on a full-face Bell helmet and squash all that down, have helmet head when they got to work there. But anyways, so I guess with that, that's about what we got going for you there. Going to be a chilly morning, looks like here around the nation's capital, and according to our local AccuWeather predictor there, he was saying that all that stuff that was out there in Chicagoland and east of Chicagoland is all supposed to be here in D.C. by sometime now to the next hour or two, and be around here for about 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, and then all push out, and after 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, everything's supposed to be cleared out, but back to being still chilly over here. So everybody needs to turn on their propane furnaces and propane accessories and burn some gas, Your Honor.
Keep horse feathers working. Keep horse feathers employed. Yes. All right, it is 844-3388. We'll see if Eagle's awake. Knucklebuster ahead, and room for you with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, let me put this thing on. Okay, can you hear me now?
All right, yeah, welcome aboard, Eagle. Yeah. Thanks for hanging in there. Happy Halloween.
Yeah. I didn't do no celebrating Halloween this week. Yeah, Steve. So I'm on the road anyway. Yeah. You can't really blame them. So dangerous nowadays. You don't see no kids. Ain't no kids coming to no damn truck stop. Do no trick-or-treating. So.
No.
So, yeah. Huh?
No, not at the truck stop, right?
No, you ain't gonna see that going on. So no, I don't celebrate. I don't believe in the costumes and all that stuff. I don't like that. I can't really say what I want to say about Halloween, so I ain't say too much about it.
I got you.
But yeah, Steve, what'd you say?
I got you. There's a lot. You're not alone. Yeah. A lot of folks say it's the devil's holiday.
Yeah. You know what I mean. You know what I mean when I say that. Okay, but yeah, Steve, I want to talk about something right quick in the sports, and then I'll get to the politics deal. You know, Steve, a lot of people tonight are raising hell, and I'm not too happy about it either, you know, about the college football polls that came out tonight for the bowl top 4 teams. And I don't see how Ohio State, I know you like Ohio State, you know, and you up in Ohio, but they're ranked number 1. I can't see how Ohio State is the number 1 team in the U.S. when they barely beat Notre Dame a couple of weeks ago. Some people say they stole the game. And they haven't looked good all year long, Ohio State, yet they're ranked ahead of Georgia, which makes no sense. Georgia hasn't lost a game in 2 years. They won 20, 25, or 26 straight ball games, and they had the nerve to put Ohio ahead of Georgia. Georgia is number 2. And then you got Michigan, and then Florida State. I think that's number 14. But a lot of people are raising hell about Ohio State, and I agree with them. They should be number 2. You can't put a team number 2, Steve, that has won 25, 26 straight games, hasn't lost a game in more than 2 years. It makes absolutely no sense. So a lot of people, especially in Georgia, are raising hell about that. Second deal is situation with the Oakland Raiders. I just found that out a few minutes ago. I just happened to turn my phone on. I was thinking about the Raiders yesterday. Well, I didn't even waste my time watching the guy. I seen bits and pieces of the Monday Night Football when the Raiders played, and I was thinking to myself, Al Davis would be ashamed of the product that's on that field tonight. The Raiders used to be one of the most scariest franchise in football, Steve, back in the 60s and 70s when they had John Madden and some of the top headhunters in professional football. They're a joke now. The Raiders ought to be ashamed of themselves. But they finally made a move and got rid of the coach. Tonight they fired the head coach of the Raiders. He's out on the street where he belongs. And I really believe that his son, unfortunately his son can't get fired because he's the owner of the team, but I'm pretty sure his father would be very disappointed in his son running of the organization. Al Davis is dead now, but I guarantee he would like what he sees out there on that field. But at least the guy finally made a decent move and got rid of him, and maybe he can find him a real coach to coach the Raiders, and they could get back on so they could play like they used to play back in the 70s and 80s when they was a real football team. Now, the other situation, Steve, I don't know if you have a chance. This is one of the funniest phone calls I've ever heard of a coach. Everybody's talking about this, the coach of the Clemson Tigers in South Carolina, some young punk, and that's exactly what he was, called in to a radio show with the coach, and he had the nerve to insult the coach and say that the coach doesn't deserve his $11 million salary, and that because they're 4-4, they've already lost 4 games, and they're not playing good football right now at Clemson, and this guy came on the radio and insulted the coach. And you should have heard what the coach told that guy in his response. Huh?
What did he say? I haven't heard.
No, yeah. If you go back and listen to it, he told that guy to mind his own business. Because the guy said that I pay your salary. He said, first of all, you don't pay my salary. He said you wouldn't have $11 million if somebody gave it to you. That's what he told the guy. It was funny. He said, and then he said that if you think you can coach the team better than I can coach it, you come on out there and coach the team, and we'll see if you can win 4 games. And I agree with everything the coach said because just because because Clemson has won national championships, they won. They've been a good football team, just having a bad year this year, and this guy calls in like it's the end of the world and insults the coach and said that he's not motivated because I think the last time they won a championship was like 2019 or 2018, Clemson, and they haven't done nothing. He said that he thinks that the coach has got a big head and that he's not, now that he's don't got all the money and he's got championships, he don't care about winning no more. You can't come on a call-in show and tell the coach that and expect the coach not to respond to you. But yeah, he said some things to that guy. A lot of people didn't like what he said, the coach. But I agree with everything he said, because a lot of people didn't like him calling him a young punk, and he's not going to listen to some 21-year-old punk tell him how to coach his football team, and I agree with what he had to say when it comes to that. Now let's move on to this situation, Steve, that's getting uglier by the day, and I hope that Israel don't make the wrong move, Steve. Because Hamas. These guys are cowards, Steve. They're hiding these hostages. They're hiding people. They're putting their men in places where civilians are at. And today, Israel, they said that they dropped a bomb on some kind of a school or something, and some innocent people got killed. Now people are raising hell talking about Israel is killing people, innocent people. This is a war, Steve. Hamas is playing a dirty game. They cowards. They hiding. If they was real men, they come out and fight. But they want to do things behind people's back. But like I said, people are trying to make Israel. Anybody who tries to make Israel out to be the bad guy ought to be ashamed of themselves, Steve. Israel is retaliating for what Hamas did to these guys who came in and slaughtered their people. And anything they do to Hamas is the right thing. I hate to see innocent people get killed, but there is no reason for people to be saying that Israel is doing bad stuff right now, because Israel is only doing what they're supposed to. I heard a couple of other countries are disappointed. They're pulling out support of Israel today. I can't remember these countries that they claim they're going to pull out support from, but these countries ought to be ashamed of themselves, Steve, because Hamas. These guys are
things are definitely intensifying there. I've got to pause, though. I got to get my news break in. Back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I had not seen I didn't realize the first college football playoff rankings were released this past evening. Big Ed could probably give his 2 cents worth, but I'm looking here according to ESPN, and when the rankings were released, the committee issued their statement stating with 5 undefeated Power 5 teams headed into the first rankings. The biggest question was how the committee would choose to separate them, and clearly strength of schedule played a big role, they say. The commissioner said, as a group, the 13 of us in the room, we felt this was the order for the top 4 slots, stating that the Buckeyes have played a much stronger schedule to date than Georgia. They have 2 top 15 victories, Penn State and Notre Dame. Penn State was number 11. Notre Dame is now 15. Georgia has 0 top 25 victories and a strength of schedule that ranks number 100, according to the ESPN metrics. The Bulldogs have only beaten 2 FBS teams with winning records. Michigan has played an even weaker schedule than Georgia, ranking number 111. These metrics will change in the coming weeks as both teams will hit the hardest part of their respective schedules. Georgia has games against number 12 Missouri, number 10 Ole Miss, and number 17 Tennessee over the next 3 weeks. Michigan has number 11 Penn State and now what they're calling number 1 Ohio State remaining. Obviously, Ohio State facing one of them is going to lose. Once again, the rivalry matchup between the Buckeyes and the Wolverines will have huge implications for the playoff. Corrigan also made reference to Michigan's investigation into sign stealing, what it might mean down the line. He said, we really view it as an NCAA issue and not a college football ranking issue. At this point in time, we're looking into it. We want to find the top 4 teams. As for Florida State and Washington, although the Huskies have the better victory over number 6 Oregon, they've struggled over the past 2 weeks against losing teams, having late comebacks against Arizona State and Stanford. Like Georgia and Michigan, Washington has major matchups, though, coming up that will help their strength of schedule, especially when compared to Florida State. So that's their rationale right now. Obviously, all these rankings are going to be changing in the coming weeks, but a big one to watch is obviously that Ohio State-Michigan game. All right, Eagle, let you finish up your call here. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that, Steve, about the Ohio State, situation. Another thing to look out for, Steve, is watch out for Michigan and Harbaugh, because he's under investigation. He's already been suspended for the beginning of the year for some things that he had done, recruiting violations. And I think that Harbaugh, to look for him, he might skip out because he had wanted to go back to the NFL. He wanted the Minnesota job a couple of years ago. He decided not to take that, or somebody decided not to give him the job. But look for him. He might be interested in the Raider job. It wouldn't shock me if he skipped town on Michigan, because he knows that the NCAA is getting ready to come down hard on Michigan for this sign stealing. And I don't think that they might not be able to go to the playoffs. They might be suspended from playing in the playoffs or violation. Something, lose recruits. Something is going to happen to Michigan, and I think Harbaugh is going to try to jump ship. I look for him in the next, maybe he might try to make a move to the Raiders since they got an opening right now. If you get the hell out of Michigan, so we'll see what happens with that. But if I will say this for Michigan, they better hope that he doesn't leave, because they kind of screwed themselves, because they had an offer on the table. Harbaugh's been trying to get a contract extension from Michigan, and they said that over the last couple of weeks, Michigan decided that they was not going to give him an extension on his pay. So I know he's not happy about that. So if he might feel like they don't want him around, he might just say the hell with it and go to the NFL. So we'll see what happens in the next, couple of hours, if he makes a move or not. But I will say this, though, he is the lifeblood of Michigan, and that's Ohio State's biggest rival. If Harbaugh leaves Michigan, Michigan's finished, because Michigan wasn't very good before Harbaugh got there. So they better hope and pray that Harbaugh don't jump ship to the NFL, because Ohio State will run roughshod over Michigan in the next couple of years if Harbaugh is not coach. I promise you that. Now, let me say this right quick, Steve, about a monkey gouger situation. I heard him call in early, and I heard him make a comment that he's surprised that somebody didn't try to render help, and that he didn't know that people could be so heartless. Well, monkey guys, you better realize it, brother. I've seen trucks broke down on the side of the road. I know you've seen it too, and it's happened to me, Steve. The company that I drive for, I had a truck broke down, transmission went out of a couple of years ago, and I sat on the road damn near 2 hours, and I don't know how many trucks drove by with the same company logo, the same company that I drive for, drove right on by and never even pulled over to the shoulder to see if I was okay or needed help or anything. It doesn't matter if they drive for your company or anybody else's company nowadays, Steve. You see a truck pulled over on the side of the road, and he might sit there hours before a wrecker or somebody come to give him some help. Truck driver, and back in the old days, Steve, when my dad used to drive trucks back in the 60s and 70s, and even when I started, people would pull over their truck and stop if they seen a man with a flat tire or a man that was having truck problems. They would stop and at least ask you if you needed some help. Nowadays, they won't even move over to the next lane. You already know that. You have your damn flashers on, sitting on the shoulder of the road, and the truck will drive by and try to tear your mirror right off the truck if he can, if he get a chance to. And a lot of places nowadays, Steve, they don't even do roll calls, TAs and the Petros, because they don't have guys get run over. Literally, a man is changing a road service man changing the tire on the side of the road, and somebody go by because they too stupid to move over to the left lane and run over a man that's trying to change the tire on the truck. And so, like I said, you better believe it, Monkey Gouger. We living in a different world now. We got some heartless people out there that only think about themselves, Steve. And here's the sad part about it. I know you've talked about this, Steve. They won't even move over for a damn law enforcement officer.
Yep.
I heard on the radio the other day that some states are starting to increase the fines up to $1,000 or more, because if you see some flashing red and blue lights on the road, Steve, you could at least respect the officer and move over to the left lane. Why the hell would you want to run over a police officer and scare the hell out of him? So, like I said, Monkey Gouger, it's a shame that we live in a world like this, but this is the world we live in now, my man. And all I can tell you is just be careful out there on the road, because I know I do. But you can't be shocked at what you see on the road anymore, Monkey Gouger, because you're living with a different breed of people in 2023. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Mr. Steve.
All right. Thanks for hanging out with us there. Eagle, have a great morning. Oh, it's been a bit, has it not? Knucklebuster.
Oh, morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Hey, I'm in Vegas, but I didn't get to see your people this afternoon either. So, that USA News, we're going to give them a Fred Sanford moment, Steve. You big dummies.
Exactly. I
saw 7 bull haulers broke down with them junky old Peterbilts they had on the side of the road here a couple of months back. One of them had his hood over, and the other 6 were in the side boxes trying to fix their trucks. Oh, I'm sorry, they were digging around for parts, weren't they? Yep. Well, there are people that still stop. Well, you don't lose in November and December. Money and viewership, the Vegas bookies, and television. If you played the college football playoff scenario right now, Steve, number 1 would play number 4. Ohio State would play Florida State, but Ohio State has to get past Michigan first.
Correct.
I want y'all to plant your Ohio State flag in the middle of their field like they did on Ohio State last year. That'll get them back there. Number 2 plays number 3. Georgia would play Michigan. But, like you said, Michigan's under that NCAA investigation for stealing play call signals. Hello, Houston Astros. They done the same thing, didn't they? On that candy, it's just money, Steve. You can bring it here and you can't take it out of here. Blessed as you've been blessed, what the Bible says. We're just making the dentists and the doctors richer, passing out all that candy, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, that wannabe Barney Fifes down there in Florida, and I'm not talking bad about all cops. There's probably just about 10% of them are the real Barney Fifes, and the other 90% are doing their job the right way. Kudos to you, Pappy. Keep up the good work. The LTL carriers that I've seen increase traffic out of Memphis is Central Transport, Estes, and Old Dominion. That Night Swift LTL out of Memphis is AAA Cooper there, so I haven't seen a whole lot out of them. And Heidi Klum lied to us, Steve. She came dressed as a peacock. Her husband came dressed as a peacock egg. So you know who wears the pants in that family, right?
Oh, boy, peacock. Well, apparently I did see a little interview where she said her costume was going to be huge, and I had no idea. So a peacock, okay.
Yeah, she had people dressed up as the feathers, and she was the main body of it there.
Oh, boy.
Well, I'm glad Monkey Gouger survived his collision, but a collision avoidance system would have seen that deer and brake the truck hard before he hit that deer. Now, I've got the technology on this truck, and if you use the autonomous truck mode or the cruise control, you have to pay attention to what's going on around you. And they have a max 75 mile an hour speed limit on 2-lane road down there in Texas. So you booking. And this truck will run 75. It'll run 85 down on that toll road there. So you really, at that speed, you got to pay attention to what you're doing. And I'm not saying Monkey Gouger wasn't paying attention, but a deer can jump out in front of you before you ever even see it.
Yep.
The more you're out on the road, the greater the chances you have of being involved in a bad situation. It only takes a split second or the blink of an eye. You need to have a camera to document what actually happened. Your memory is not that good. My memory is fine, though. My recall sucks, but if you'll remind me, I'll remember it there. I sent you an article where a semi hit a pickup carrying $100,000 worth of fireworks. It shut the road down for an hour-long show. It was on the Trans-Canada Highway just east of Vancouver. Well, the technology's not perfect, but it works, Steve. Speed limiters, we've already got one. It's called driving the speed limit on that black and white sign, but you can't get people to drive it. If you man enough woman to speed when the police are not looking at you, be man enough or woman enough to speed when they are looking at you. Don't be a punk and slam on them brakes. Oh, no, he's pulling out to write me a ticket. You know, I got involved in a high-speed chase last week. I went left there at the scale house in West Memphis, Arkansas, to go around them trucks that were getting pulled in. I got a green light on my pre-pass. And then this car and Arkansas State Trooper passed me on the right. He had them lights going. So I went back right and get the hell out of the way. There was 3 more back there behind me, but he didn't get too far down the road, Steve. When he jumped off on that service road, there was a whole bunch more of them that cornered his ass there. He was going to jail whether he liked it or not. And 70 to 65 is what I hear from the insurance people I know. I think they're actually just wanting to get rid of the older equipment and get the new equipment with the ABS and speed limiter technology on people. So that's all of my baloney on all that stuff there. I got one sad news there. The Commandant of the Marine Corps, he got hospitalized after suffering a heart attack. Yes. So we need some prayers for that man there. So that's all my baloney for this go around. We'll I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep giving my pillow too much head tonight, Steve. It's, I'm already here at the customer waiting on them to open up, so I'll try to stay awake all night. I might pull an eagle on you, right?
You might be snoozing, huh? You might be snoring next time we say, hello, anybody home? Yeah, I think CDL Life had a segment that included some video from that accident on the Trans-Canada Highway. It was one heck of a fireworks display. For about an hour, the Trans-Canada Highway shut down. But all those stuck in the backup were not bored because they were enjoying essentially an hours-long fireworks display. Both passengers in the semi and the pickup were able to get up mostly unharmed. The pickup driver was taken to a nearby hospital with minor injuries. Obviously, the fireworks were quite the display for the passing motorist, according to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. You might imagine a massive fireworks display might ease the pain of being stuck in gridlock for an hour. Probably not the worst way to spend all your time trapped in a car, but this particular show was a bit more violent than your average town fair since everything was kind of igniting at the same time. It was loud, aggressive, coming out of nowhere, and I mean, obviously, fireworks and mortars designed to go straight up were going every which direction. It was scary, actually. Now, CTV reported the truck with the explosive cargo was pulled off on the side of the road when the semi collided with it, pushing the pickup into a ditch. If the semi was the vehicle at fault, does the trucking company insurance now have to pay for the cost of the fireworks, like $100,000 worth? I don't know. An impromptu fireworks show at night doesn't sound too bad, does it? It is 844-844-3388. We'll head on down to Florida, see what's going on with Philip coming up here, after which clear lines on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
If memory serves, it was sometime this past week, breaking down some of the industry headlines, talking about the number of trucking companies, brokerages that are exiting the industry, and how I had been through these cycles before. When you've been in the biz long enough, you know that we know the industry is cyclical, like everything else, but typically what's happening in the trucking industry is kind of an advance notice, 60, 90 days kind of ahead of what the overall economy is doing. And that little scenario was kind of validated with the report this past day from FreightWaves. 2 months ago, as we know, 30,000 truckers at Yellow lost their jobs. One of the nation's oldest, largest trucking companies filing for bankruptcy. Last week, that's what we were talking about, was Convoy, the digital freight broker that was supposed to reinvent the wheel and disrupt the trucking industry in a positive way, abruptly shuttering their doors. These kind of closings by both freight carriers lay bare the uncertain state of trucking, an industry that is an indicator of the mood of the consumer, the beating heart of our economy. Let's see, a guy that Rick McQuaid, who runs a freight company out of Pennsylvania, also has an office in Florida, said, in my opinion, this industry is headed in the wrong direction. And when trucking and supply chain freight is headed in the wrong direction, so is the country. I'm just not sure the people understand there's a problem here. The damage started when people went on a spending spree during COVID. The government was literally giving out cash. People started ordering things in a way that they've never done before. As a result, new trucks were on the road to meet all those consumer needs. Starting last year, that need started to recede when the spending spree started to ebb. And as a result, several different things have happened to the industry, beginning with too many trucks compared to the amount of freight that's available. That, he said, hits the truckers and the truck companies hard. The economy is slowing from its frenzy. People aren't buying anymore, which means there are more trucks on the road than there are loads. That's forcing the rates down. His company's rates are about 20% lower than last year. In other words, last year we go from Pittsburgh to Allentown, maybe $1,200. This year we're lucky to get $9. You have more truckers fighting for the same loads that exist now. That's driving the rates down. Truckers are making less than they did per mile. Inflation plays a big part of that. At the same time, the operating costs are actually going the other direction, up. Now, McQuain, who also owns and runs a logistics company that has a series of warehouses holding imports and exports, says the freight recession is real. It isn't just the trucking world. It's also air freight. It's also the rail industries. He said he worries not enough people are considering the wider implications of people not spending and truckers not having anything to move. This slump is real, he said. Yeah, the trucking industry or any form of transportation that's moving good is the ultimate economic indicator of where the country is heading. So that's kind of exactly what I was alluding to. But let's pause there. We hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. Wow.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Republican Mike Johnson from Louisiana has secured the position of Speaker of the House.
The Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana has received 220 votes. And the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 209 votes.
In the initial ballot held today, Johnson got enough votes after three other fellow Republicans' unsuccessful attempts to claim the gavel. He steps in for California Republican Kevin McCarthy, who was recently ousted from his position. The Georgia Supreme Court Tuesday upheld the pro-life heartbeat legislation signed into law by Republican Governor Brian Kemp 4 years ago. The law protects babies from abortion once they have detectable human heartbeat, which usually begins around 6 weeks of gestation. It was another day in court for Donald Trump's former lawyer and current foe.
Michael Cohen spent his second day in court Wednesday as he testified in the civil fraud trial involving former President Trump. Following his testimony, Cohen spoke with reporters.
He's got the wrong guy to intimidate. As you've seen, I haven't stopped since I don't know how many years now, and I won't until, as I said, accountability is had.
Trump stands accused of exaggerating the worth of both his personal and business assets to secure more advantageous loans. Cohen provided testimony detailing how he would manipulate the figures. It's anticipated the case will continue at least until December. I'm John Schaefer.
According to a recent report by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, Americans collectively paid $130 billion in interest and fees in 2022, marking the highest figure ever recorded by the agency. Late fees remain the most significant penalty for cardholders. The figures for 2023 are expected to be even higher. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Airbnb is using artificial intelligence technology to prevent Halloween parties. Representatives from the company have stated that reservations made for this weekend are being subjected to analysis for potential risk factors, including the duration of the stay and the proximity of the rental to the user's address. Should the AI system flag a booking as potentially troublesome, it will block the reservation from proceeding. Maryland's Attorney General, along with dozens of other states' Attorney General, they're going after Meta. Lance Pry has more.
Maryland Attorney General Anthony Brown is taking action against Meta, the parent company of Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and several other companies. In a statement, Brown said that he's joined dozens of other attorneys general that's suing the social media giant. Brown noted that Meta has harmful and addictive features for children that have a negative impact on their mental health. 34 states are involved in the lawsuit.
Road crews found an intact centuries-old shipwreck embedded in a Florida highway. This was during a routine construction work area earlier this month. The 20-foot-long artifact, believed to date back to the 1800s, was buried under about 8 to 10 feet of sediment near the Bridge of Lions in St. Augustine. And it was so well preserved that crews found coins, coconut halves, and a left leather boot. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, Tuesday, Halloween, kind of kicked off day number 1 of the big SEMA show there in Las Vegas. I did get a chance to briefly speak with Josh, who's on location. He's working on the SEMA side. Kyle is actually over at the Apex show, which is more about automobiles, auto racing. That's his department. I asked him how attendance was for day 1. He said, well, technically, they said attendance, according to the official figures, was up a bit from last year. I said the aisles didn't seem to be all that busy, but said they did have a very busy day at the booth there. That's day number 1. It continues Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in Las Vegas. A lot of folks going to be passing through there in the coming days. Meanwhile, I guess Heatwave had shared they put out the official numbers from the big international balloon fiesta a few weeks ago, and confirming they set an all-time attendance record this year. This year's balloon fiesta, there were an estimated 986,516 visitors. And that topped the previous all-time record from back in 2015 by more than 10,000. Last year, there were more than 828,000 attendees for the 9-day event. Previous year, it was about 783,000. That was the first year back from COVID. But this year's Balloon Fiesta had a total of 629 registered pilots for 546 registered hot air balloons, including 107 of those special-shaped balloons, 12 of which were actually brand new this year to the Fiesta. The Gordon Bennett Gas Race drew 17 teams. 75 remote-controlled balloons participated in the Fiesta. So they actually set a new Guinness World Record for the largest display of model hot air balloons. 55 balloons during what was the Wednesday festivities. So it lived up to the international billing. 16 countries from around the world represented. Australia, Belgium, Brazil, Canada, all over the world. And weather-wise, it was much better this year than last. Poor weather only canceled 2 of the 14 sessions this year. There's a whole lot more canceled. Nearly half the show was canceled last year. But Philip, what's happening this morning? Off to work we go, I assume.
Yes, sir. I'm on my way back to the Mouse House. Go down here and drive the train. Hey, you know who one of the folks that went to that balloon show were, Steve? That was Jim Cantori.
Oh, yeah?
You know who he is, right?
No, the Weather Channel,
Jim
absolutely.
Cantori, they had a spot on him on the Weather Channel at that balloon show, so that was kind of cool. Steve, I'm not into sports like a lot of folks are. I mean, I watch it here and there, but who picks the schedule for these teams? So who they play? Who picks that, Steve? How is that generated?
I don't really know how that works out. How they set up the schedule?
Because when it comes to statistics and all that stuff, you always hear the term, well, they've got a weak schedule this year, or they have a strong schedule. Well, who is the individual or whoever picks these schedules? It's the same way with the NFL as well as the college. I mean, they say that in NFL. Well, who picks the schedule? Like you look at NASCAR, they decide on where they're going to race at, for the year. I mean, the schedule for NASCAR just came out recently, and they changed a lot of things. And it's the same way with college and all that. In college, I could never, ever understand the way they do the rankings and all that stuff in college, because their teams are classified in different things. It's like, if a team falls, it goes into a different classification. It was very confusing the way they set up the college thing. Have they always done it like that?
Well, I know it's always been confusing, and it's always controversial, and it's going to be, next year with the big change going from, the top 4 being eligible for the playoffs, it's going to be 12 teams.
Yeah, I know. It's like back in the day down here, you know who UCF is, right, Steve?
Oh, yeah.
UCF was just a little mediocre college, whatever. Now they're up in the big time, so they want to beat a bunch of teams and won a few things, and now they're up in the big time. And it's like that, going from just a small college to, now they're biggest Gainesville, the UF, and the way they're looked at in the everything. So it's just funny though how things work out, and I don't know how they pick them schedules. I always wondered who picks the schedules for the college football and basketball, all that stuff. We're just having a pretty good time down here. I see we're going to get a little cold weather in the next couple of days. What do you see, Steve?
Yes, it's some of the chilliest air you've seen in a while. Hey, there's frost advisories for the East Coast and damn near to the Gulf Coast tonight.
Yeah, I might have to pull out long pants. I got shorts on right now. Hopefully I can make it through the day with my shorts on. Because we down here, when it gets down below 60 degrees, we get freezing down here. And it's funny, everybody moves from up north down here, and about a year later, they're doing the same thing. So it's kind of funny. But what was that about Monkey Gouger? He had a deer hop out in front of him or something, had a collision?
Yeah, he was, he called in for the first time in nearly 2 months and kind of explained he had it was a nasty crash, ultimately, after he hit the deer. He's lucky to be alive. So he'd been out of commission for quite some time, thought about actually getting out of trucking, but I guess ultimately said he's gonna give it maybe 2 more years.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I want to talk just for a second about what you were saying earlier about the industry and as far as people getting out of it and whatnot. I think what happened with, like you said, at pandemic, everybody started ordering everything when they were sitting at the house and they got all this CARES money and all this stuff, and the economy went down when all that went away, and we had a lot of people that were buying trucks left and right because they saw the opportunity to make a lot of money. The problem is those folks bought all that stuff on credit, and now that credit's coming due and they can't pay it. And that's what's going to happen with everybody around here. The market itself, stock market I'm talking about, is going to be looking at the next 2 months. What's going on with Christmas, okay? That's the last run for the year. And what goes on with Christmas is going to dictate how next year is going to be. Because if they don't make a lot of money with Christmas, we're really going to see how far down the tube we are. And everything evolves around the truck moving it. And that's what's really going to hurt it. What do you think, Steve?
For a lot of retailers, Christmas is make or break an entire year. A bad Christmas or a bad holiday season can force a lot of retailers to shut their doors.
Absolutely. And the trucking companies right now, picture it this way. You have a shipper that has one load. And if he had just one load, and he's got 20 companies that all have the same record. They all have the same everything. Safety record, dependability, everything. 20 companies. One of those companies is going to get the load. The other 19 of those companies are going to be left by the wayside. Well, if you're a company that gets left by the wayside repetitively and you don't step your game up and offer more affordability in the pricing, then that's what we're seeing today. We're seeing a lot of companies going out. You were talking about Convoy. Well, obviously, we saw Yellow go out. But what you're seeing now is you're also seeing a lot of 3PLs going out. You know what 3PL is, Steve?
Is it like brokerages, isn't it?
A 3PL is a third-party logistics, okay? So you have a company looking for a load, okay? A 3PL comes in and helps the company find a trucking company or somebody to haul the load at a reasonable price, and they look at all the logistics on that load to move it. Now we've been seeing an uptick with those guys going out of business. They're the middlemen, and they're making percentages too. Everybody thought always brokers made the money. Well, actually, you know what? There's brokers on top of brokers, and they're called 3PLs, and that's what a lot of the LTL business is. That's the reason why it's so cut the way it is in LTL, because you have a lot of 3PLs out there now that have been doing it for years. And I'm hearing these guys are going out of business now. So you think about it. If a broker takes 35% and he gets that load from the 3PL, how much are they taking? You know what I mean, Steve? Everybody's got their hand in the pie. And the problem is there's too many hands in the pie. Back in the day, it used to be the customer called the company, and that was the end of it. It ain't that way no more. You know what I mean? It's going to a broker, it's going to 3PL, it's going to all kinds of different people before it even gets to the company. You know, so, and those are going out of business. And that's when you can see definitely the economy is definitely falling. So that's all I got today, buddy. I hope y'all have a good day, and we'll catch you later.
All right, Philip, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. I did a little research there while we were speaking, because I know Big Ed could explain how all this stuff works with the college football schedules and all that. I know you've got your different conferences, but it's kind of a long, drawn out scenario how they put this all together. Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts, and I pulled from the Bleacher Report. And as we move into the whole playoff scenario, where the strength of schedule is going to matter even more, the makeup of the schedule has to be intensely watched. To start your schedule, you've got your conference games. Most conferences are 8 conference game leagues, 4 at home, 4 on the road. The mighty Pac-12 plays 9 conference games. Some years you'll get 4 at home, others you might get 5. Home games are important. Knowing how many conference games you have shows you what you've got to find on your own. If you're an 8-game conference, you're looking for 4 games. If you're the Pac-12, then you're hunting down just 3 opponents. Throw in teams like Clemson, Georgia, Stanford, Boston College, all those who play a yearly non-conference game against a rival. You've got the bulk of the schedule set up. Having that extra game set up on your schedule is not always a great thing. It depends on their perspective in a given year. On one hand, they have games that can count on year in and year out. But on the other hand, it may not give them the flexibility they'd like to schedule their other non-conference games. In other words, knowing you're going to be playing South Carolina, Georgia Tech, or Notre Dame every year can be a gift or it can be a curse. You don't have to find that game, but you also do not get the same wiggle room that someone scheduling 3 or 4 true non-conference games get. The next step is where scheduling paths may diverge. Some conferences have designated non-conference weekends to ensure more uniformity in scheduling their league games. Other conferences, like the ACC, have full flexibility to schedule non-conference games wherever feasible. Each method has its positives, I guess, and its negatives. The decreased flexibility afforded to schools with set non-conference weekends means they have to take the teams that are available at the time, and if the dates don't line up, they have to find a new opponent. With increased flexibility, teams can find the non-conference opponent of their liking, but juggling the conference schedule with the bye weekends actually becomes more difficult. It goes on, but good Lord. with the sheer number of teams out there, it's kind of it's somewhat complicated to put these schedules together. But obviously, when it comes to bowl time, strength of schedule is a big player in how those, the board members vote on who's going to get to play in which particular bowl game. Let's get a quick break and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, we did hear from Eskimo Mom a bit earlier. Happy Hump Day. It's actually Happy Monday. She starts her week. Got a 3-stop pedal that finals in Lafayette, Indiana tonight. We actually had our first dusting of that curse word. Snow tonight. Haven't had any issues so far. All right. Horse is so right. On each day that we get home safety, every day you get home is a blessing. Kind of cloudy, 33 in Noblesville, Indiana, when she checked in about an hour ago. Hello, Billy. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive, folks. Happy Hump Day. Heading up to Garysburg, North Carolina. Then it's down to Southport, North Carolina. Rick in Columbus on board. Dirty Harry. What's happening, Dirty Harry? Morning, Steve. He's getting up for a restroom break. Thanks for the info. Hello, darling. Thanks for checking in. And Dion, the Ice Cream Man, checks in from Columbus, Ohio. Out there delivering the ice cream. Yeah, Vic always has some intellectual input to throw our way. He sent me, I guess after our fairly in-depth discussion about electric vehicles on last night's program, sent me a story that he thought we might be interested in. Now, first of all, it's Norway, the poster child for electric vehicles. The story from MSN is why they're having second thoughts. Now, Vic first said, Steve, I had a high school principal that was fond of saying that one always learns by experience, either firsthand or secondhand from others. Secondhand's quicker and cheaper. It's obtained by reading about the experiences of others and applying it to one situation. Now, seems our current government is determined to learn firsthand with our money about mobile electrification and climatology. The article he shares is in a liberal media, details some of the actual consequences. Now, as for climate change, the Bible, the Mayan, the Aztec, and various other religions all wrote about climate change eons ago. before the existence of the internal combustion engine. Much of our space exploration has confirmed those prophecies via a study of orbital mechanics. One thing of interest is that some asteroids may be loaded with precious metals, and governments are interested in landing on asteroids, testing them, and either maybe mining them or towing them back to Earth. I'm not sure when we will be transiting the asteroid belt again, but that would be the time if an asteroid doesn't deliver itself to our planet first. The Hopi Indians in the Southwest claim that mankind will overmine the Earth, causing it to have an unstable orbit. All I know is that rocks and sands get hotter and colder than organic soils, and it takes carbon to make good, rich soil and support soil-building microorganisms as well as other life. All right, so news break is just ahead, but hey, maybe when we come back, we'll delve a bit into that. From Oslo, Norway, with motor vehicles generating nearly a tenth of global CO2 emissions. As we know, governments and environmentalists all over the world are scrambling to mitigate the damage. In wealthy countries, strategies often revolve around electric vehicles. Many actually are looking to Norway for inspiration. Over the past 10 years, Norway has emerged as the world's undisputed leader in electric vehicle adoption. With generous government incentives available, 87% of the country's new car sales are now fully electric, dwarfing pretty much any other country in the world. Now, he delves into why suddenly they're having second thoughts about this. So stick around. We'll get the rest of the story coming up. And yeah, we'll get to Gilligan coming up here. If you'd like to jump on board, love to have you with us. What's on your mind? It's 844-3388. Rolling into a Wednesday, hump day, first day of November, if you can believe that. November 1 of 2023. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. During a joint press conference with the Australian Prime Minister, President Biden addressed the election of Louisiana Republican Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House. When asked if he was concerned about Johnson attempting to overturn the 2024 election results if Biden were reelected, he said,
I was not worried that Alaska would be able to overturn the election. They had about 60 lawsuits and all the way to the Supreme Court, and every time they lost.
Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota has introduced a bill aimed at combating hazing. The Stop Campus Hazing Act, presented by the Democratic lawmaker in collaboration with Republican Senator Bill Cassidy from Louisiana, mandates that colleges and universities report on-campus hazing incidents. After 4 decades of ownership, Gregory's Restaurant and Bar in the Jersey Shores relinquished its claim on the Taco Tuesday trademark, paving the way for any restaurant to use it. Dave Collins, USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hope your week's going well. We're reaching that midway point. Once again, Hump Day coming on November 1. Let me quickly get back to Norway. Something, there's that term, unintended consequences. The electric vehicle boom has hobbled Norwegian cities' efforts to untether themselves from the automobile and enable residents to instead travel by transit or bicycle, enhance road safety. Despite all the hosannas from the world, Norway's government has begun to unwind some of their electrification subsidies to try and mitigate the downsides of this no-holds-barred electric vehicle promotion. Countries should induce subsidies in a way that does not widen inequality or stimulate car use at the expense of other transport modes, according to the Transportation Research Institute. But that's what's ended up happening in Norway, and it could happen here. Other countries, including the United States. The federal government now offering these tantalizing rebates to Americans to purchase an electric car. But nothing at all for more climate-friendly vehicles like electric bikes or golf carts. No financial lifeline for public subways or bus systems. So second thoughts in Norway, but one other tidbit in regards to the electric vehicles, which pretty much, long story short, says most of the electric vehicle makers to date have been downright lying to us. According to a study by SAE International, electric vehicle manufacturers have exaggerated the driving range of their vehicles, sometimes by more than twice as much as advertised. Now, on average, electric vehicles fell short of their advertised range by just under 13%. This is the Society of Automotive Engineers, SAE. The study included 21 different brands, revealing that electric vehicle manufacturers as a whole inflate the range of their vehicles far beyond the actual capabilities. Tesla, believe it or not, seems to be inflating their numbers far more than other brands. The range displayed on Tesla's vehicle dashboard is 26% lower than the car's actual ability. Tesla even created a team to suppress thousands of driving range complaints online. They rigged the dashboard readouts in their electric cars to provide some rosy projections of how far the owner could drive before the need to recharge. Now, has Tesla been tricking their customers all along? Anyone who knows anything about electric cars is aware of their number one problem, which is the driving range. Many electric vehicles cannot travel very far before needing a recharge, in the same way a fuel gauge lets you know when to fill up. The EV has an in-dash sensor that projects how much driving range is left. So what is the actual truth? They go more into Tesla, but the base formula is how much range a vehicle loses in extreme heat or extreme cold. Say at a temperature of 90 degrees, the Ford Mustang Mach-E or the F-150 Lightning pickup lost the least range, just about 1% compared to the EPA estimates. The Nissan Leaf lost 22%. The Chevy Bolt lost 9%. Hyundai Kona, 5%. Most Teslas only get 60% of their estimated range, even in moderate temperatures like 60 degrees. Now, proving that Tesla isn't the only automaker with cars that don't regularly achieve their advertised ranges, the co-author of the study, the 21 brands of electric vehicles, found that on average, cars fell short of their advertised range by 12.5% in highway driving. Now, he said, I'm not suggesting they're cheating. What they're doing, at least minimally, is leveraging the current procedures more than maybe some of the other manufacturers. He's referring to Tesla. This is not their first go around at being accused of these kind of transgressions. Whenever an automaker decides, whatever they decide, the EPA has to approve the window sticker numbers. That could be a big part of the problem. But it's also false advertising. Tesla's been manipulating their own car's dashboard readouts for roughly 10 years. The reason for this alleged lie is to boost electric vehicle sales, according to the Reuters investigation. The EV manufacturers are selling drivers on the myth that you can save the planet without changing your driving habits. And all they had to do was pay up for your electric vehicle. All right, Lauren's Fix, the car guru. Back to the phones. Gilligan on board. What's going on, Gilligan? How was the Halloween party? Anybody get arrested?
No, nobody got arrested, but I tell you what, I got a mess around here. My Lord, I was sure glad to see Heat Wave and Brain Dead go. Whew. I'll tell you what, Heat Wave, when he gave up on my goldfish, he went up on top of the darn skyscraper, started in the swimming pool. I told him one day fish in there, but I guess the old German had got to him. Well, there about 8 o'clock last night, him and Brain Dead disappeared. Was wondering where they went. You know, you never know about them two. You're not going to believe what they were doing.
Oh, boy.
They were sitting in my conference room up next to the top floor. Sitting there, they had 4 empty bottles of peach snobs that had Rocky Horror Picture Show on the darn big screen. I'm telling you what, I don't know about them two. Well, the results of the contest, now just remember, folks, all of these prizes are brought to you by GMA and B Enterprises. Always the latest and high tech. I mean, we are on top of things. Well, we gave Shorty the prize for 3rd place. Yes, it was Larry Bird. Brain Dead, Larry Bird played for the Celtics. Come on now. But even though he's a couple inches short, well, several inches short, we gave it to him. So he got himself a reel-to-reel recorder. Now, Dingbat, since she bared up Brain Dead, we went ahead and gave her 2nd place, which was a beta player. Well, you know, the butler bid, she worked out pretty good on that. And the grand prize winner was Brain Dead with his maid outfit. So he got both copies of the manatee porn, both Kinky Manatees and Manatees in Love. So at least they got something to play them on. All that's all by beta, all on beta. You can find it at GMA and B Enterprises. You know, the finest products ever put out by GMA and B Enterprises. Yep. And by the way, Steve, don't forget, them JMU Dukes, boy, they're going to win it all. I'm telling you, that's the future. JMU.
Yeah, oddly,
the bandwagon.
Oddly enough, they did not show up in the top 25 college playoff projections. Not in the top 25.
Well, it depends on what poll you look at. There's another one there, 23rd. Well, shoot.
Well,
there you are.
Yeah, they're 23rd in like the top 25 weekly rankings, but I'm talking about the college bowl projections, playoff projections. Yeah, there's a bunch of 6-2 teams in there that the 8-0 undefeated. They're not even in the mix.
Well, I found out something. They're not bowl eligible, so.
Is that right?
They can't even go to a
okay. So it's something about about that strength of schedule, right? That does come into play.
Yeah, I mean, well, we got to remember something. This college is awful small. I mean, I can't figure out how they made Division 1A. I mean, it's a very small college. I mean, you think about Marshall. They're a little bigger than them.
Yeah.
The famous West Virginia school. They're just a little bigger than them, just enough to make Division 1A, I think. Yeah, it's a Cinderella story. I found out they were doing that good, and I found them on ESPN, and I'm here like, ESPN is an hour and a half from the house down there, and it's not over in D.C. or something. I thought it was really interesting. Great story, you know. But, yeah. Oh, by the way, we didn't do the pumpkin hunt this year. The price of pumpkins has went up so much, so there was no pumpkin hunt this year. We did do bobbins. We was going to do bobbins for apples, but the old German are flying everywhere, and the peach snobs, them two were drinking and everything. We was afraid somebody might drown, you know what I mean? So, and, oh, by the way, the village people, yeah, I don't want them back as the village people. They started singing Macho Man. You believe that crap? I tell you, I mean, between Pappy, Rambler, Jolly Green, and Sex Maniac, I don't know which one was the worst one. You know what I mean? It just, whew, boy, you them people, I don't want to hear Macho Man to begin with, let alone people that can't sing.
Hey, that was the hit of the day. Come on, throw back to the 80s.
Yeah, I'll pass. Yeah, but I tell you what, they were a sight there with that YMCA doing the lettering. I got to give them a little credit. They had that down. I was no Village People fan, but I'll give them credit. Hey, by the way, Steve, I got it on good authority about you and your passing out candy to the kids. Yeah, we got a picture of your vending machine there on the front porch. Now, what's that all about? You were complaining about the candy prices, so now you're charging the kids for their Halloween candy.
Maybe you think that would have anything to do with why I've got so much leftovers here? Maybe I don't know. I haven't had an opportunity. The princess was wiped out. She had to go to bed. She didn't. Oh, I'll take the leftovers. All right, good to hear from you, Gilligan. Thanks for checking in. Let's jump over a couple of tidbits out of the Middle East. We haven't even touched on the latest over there. Aid to Israel. Let's start with that. House Republicans introduced legislation to offer $14.3 billion in aid to Israel. Now, with the new House Speaker, the idea is we're trying to, you have to have funding. Trying to say we cannot continue to just write these checks, money that we don't have. The bank account's already overdrawn. So their suggestion was, well, we'll cut funding from the Internal Revenue Service funds, and that'll provide the money to support Israel, the aid. Of course, that went over like a lead balloon. Senators from both parties doubt that this is going anywhere. Of course, the Democrat president, Biden, threatened if it were to pass, he said he would veto the bill, which that kind of sparks a whole new question. You're actually going to get a piece of legislation to support Israel on your desk, and you're going to veto it? This is the first major legislative action under the new speaker. It is a standalone supplemental spending bill only for Israel. Now, another thing the Democrats want is another 40-some billion for Ukraine to be tied to this as well. Biden had asked for $106 billion. Aid for Israel, aid for Ukraine. And funding to boost competition with China in the Indo-Pacific. And supposedly a few bucks for U.S. border security along the Mexico border. Well, we know Republicans have a 221 to 212 majority in the House. Of course, the Democrats control the Senate 51-49. To become law, the bill would have to pass both House, Senate, and then be signed by Biden. The top Senate Democrat said this bill will be dead on arrival in the upper chamber, the Senate, even if it were to pass the House. Chuck Schumer says the bottom line, it's not a serious proposal. The bill is bad for Israel, for the Middle East region, and our own national security, according to the White House Office of Management and Budget. Mitch McConnell said he felt the four issues needed to be addressed. Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, the border. They want to tie it all into one. One of the prime concerns about more funding for Ukraine, which the Republicans have been pretty clear, is where is all the money going? Of the billions and billions we've already sent over there. And oddly enough, the same day that question is thrown out, I'm not surprised one bit. A top advisor for Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky spoke to Time magazine and reportedly admitted that corruption is so rampant in the war-torn former Soviet state, Ukraine, that officials are, quote, stealing like there's no tomorrow. tell you more on what he had to say come up. First, we got to get a quick timeout here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Is it a fair question from the American taxpayer? Where's the money going? Here's what he had to say. Speaking to Time magazine, this individual's alleged to be a top presidential advisor to Zelensky said that the Ukrainian government's efforts to stamp out corruption have proven fruitless, given that they were implemented too late to have any impact, including the firing of the Minister of Defense. Reznikov was his name. People are stealing like there's no tomorrow, he says. That officials do not feel any fear of engaging in corruption because the firing of Reznikov and others took over 6 months after Zelensky was warned that the defense ministry was drowning in graft. Another advisor is reported to have told the magazine that by the time Zelensky acted, it was too late. And the corruption scandal had not only become known in Western capitals, like right here, but even amongst the soldiers on the front line, where troops reportedly were making lewd jokes about Reznikov's eggs, a reference to the accusation that the defense ministry was paying exorbitant prices for basic items like eggs and coats for soldiers, things that we've heard how many times in our lifetimes? You know, like the $8,000 toilet to be put in, say, the White House, or the over-exaggerated numbers. You know, hey, we're paying $100 a dozen for these eggs to feed the soldiers. You know, no, they're paying $1.50, and the rest is going in somebody's pocket, right? The corruption, rampant. Now, the report notes officials that Zelensky's office tried to stop giving the impression of corruption, but it's too late. The issue of corruption in Ukraine, which has been ranked by Transparency International as the most corrupt European country, except for Russia. It is obviously now, and rightfully so, becoming a major issue in D.C. as Biden continues to push for more American taxpayer dollars to be sent there. In addition to the $113 billion we've already committed to Kyiv, the Biden administration is trying to convince Congress to send another $61.4 billion by trying to tie that funding to the emergency funding for Israel and the U.S. border crisis. Now, Senator J.D. Vance, who was one of the leading opponents of continuing to fund Ukraine, said on Monday, I've sat at a lot of briefings where I was promised Ukraine does not have a corruption problem. Well, the Biden administration has lied to us. Not one more penny should be sent to Ukraine, he said. The Republican-led Oversight Committee in the House has claimed that Ukrainian government officials are engaging in bribery, using government vehicles for personal use, purchasing inflated food supplies for the Ukrainian forces. Even the legacy media, the mainstream, which has been a proponent of perpetuating the proxy war in Ukraine, now beginning to slowly admit that corruption is a major issue. Even the New York Times reporting that Ukrainian officials acknowledged money that is intended for military contracts are failing to produce weaponry or munitions, and some of that money has just magically disappeared. It's vanished. Now, for his part in the interview with Time, President Zelensky claims that battling corruption is one of his chief aims, but asserted that this issue is being weaponized to cut off funding. Well, that's, I want to know. The American people want to know. Representatives, Republicans want to know. Where is the money going? Has half the money disappeared? If we've already given $100+ billion, has only half of that money gone toward actually purchasing munitions? And here you're asking for another $61 billion? He said it's not right for them to cover up their failure to help Ukraine by tossing out these accusations, speaking of the likes of J.D. Vance. Another said Zelensky kind of deludes himself. We're pretty much out of options. We're not winning. But try telling him that.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. NBC News is reporting at least 22 people are dead after a mass shooting in Maine. The shooting took place in Lewiston, which is about 150 miles north of Boston. At least 50 to 60 people were injured in the shooting, which took place after a man armed with a rifle opened fire at multiple locations. Reports say he opened fire at a bar and a recreational center and possibly a third location. Police are requesting that you stay off the streets and allow law enforcement to defuse the situation. During a joint press conference with the Australian Prime Minister, President Biden addressed the election of Louisiana Republican Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House. When asked if he was concerned about Johnson attempting to overturn the 2024 election results if Biden were reelected, he said,
just like I was not worried that the last guy would be able to overturn the election. They had about 60 lawsuits and all the way to the Supreme Court, and every time they lost. I understand the Constitution.
Biden acknowledged Johnson's reported involvement in the Republican effort to challenge Trump's 2020 loss. Johnson was elected Speaker of the House floor earlier today. 7 passengers injured in Pennsylvania when a bus crashed. Lance Pry has more.
7 passengers on a Pittsburgh regional transit bus were injured yesterday when the bus was involved in a crash with a tractor-trailer. The accident happened around 3:30 p.m. on Homestead Grays Bridge. Reports have said the bus was stopped at a traffic light and was hit by the rear tires of the semi. All passengers' injuries have been described as non-life-threatening.
After 4 decades of ownership, a Jersey Shore restaurant has relinquished its claim on the Taco Tuesday trademark, paving the way for any restaurant to use it. Citing escalating legal expenses, Gregory's Restaurant and Bar in Somers Point, New Jersey, has decided to abandon its battle to retain the trademark. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Georgia Supreme Court on Tuesday upheld the pro-life heartbeat legislation signed into law by Republican Governor Brian Kemp 4 years ago. Law protects babies from abortion once they have a detectable human heartbeat, which is usually around 6 weeks gestation period. Yesterday, presidential candidate Donald Trump addressed supporters after appearing for a civil trial in Lower Manhattan. Trump was in court to watch his former attorney Michael Cohen testify against him, and afterward said Cohen was totally discredited as a witness, calling him a disgraced felon. Trump acknowledged that he'd be back in court today to watch the rest of Cohen's testimony. In the United States, individuals experience lower levels of well-being are at a higher risk of developing a new chronic illness.
That's according to a recent Gallup study. The research revealed that American workers with diminished well-being are twice as likely to report a newly acquired chronic condition. The assessment assesses well-being across various dimensions: career, social, financial, physical, and community. It's projected that employees with subpar well-being will incur over $2,000 in additional health care expenses annually. I'm John Schaefer.
Taylor Swift is making pop history with her song Cruel Summer. It is from her 2019 album Lover, but a hit again, being performed at her Eras Tour, both live and in her blockbuster movie. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Since symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, what do you say? Kick off that final hour. First day of November. Wow. Here it is. Hey, for the sky watchers out there, what do we have to look forward to here in the month of November? Looks like a trio of astronomical events will grace the night sky this month, including one of the most well-known meteor showers in recent history, and the final full moon of the fall. Of course, this time of year you'll have to bundle up to enjoy the sights as the cold air settles in across North America. It is November now. Yeah, to balance out the colder conditions, there are longer nights, so you got more time to look for stars and planets and meteors. Let's start with the Leonid meteor shower. Coming up the weekend before Thanksgiving. Top meteor shower as the Leonids peak, November 17th, 18th. Now, most years, including this year, the Leonids bring about 15 shooting stars an hour. On rare occasions, it's erupted into an all-out meteor storm with thousands of meteors per hour. Not anticipating such an outburst this year, they tell us. But the Leonids that do streak through the sky this month could be brighter than in recent years. You'll have an increased chance of seeing incredibly bright meteors or fireballs as the Leonids will overlap the southern Taurid and the northern Taurid meteor shower. Both of these are long-running meteor showers that are active throughout the month of November. Just a few meteor showers per hour, but they are known for bringing an uptick in fireball activity. Then you've got the month of November, the best month of the year to spot the planet Jupiter as the planet reaches opposition, the point where it appears opposite the sun from the perspective of the Earth. This is also about the time when it's closest to the Earth, making it shine brighter than many stars and other planets. It first appears in the east after sunset, gliding across the southern sky before setting in the west about daybreak. Don't need a telescope to see Jupiter. It's pretty much outshining everything else in the nighttime sky. But if you've got a telescope, you could actually reveal the colorful bands of clouds on the planet, as well as even the largest moons. All right, although Jupiter's opposition actually takes place November 3rd, and any cloud-free night here in the month of November is a prime opportunity. Jupiter will not appear as bright again till December of next year. Of course, then the final full moon of fall coming up the last weekend of the month. The full beaver moon, according to the Old Farmer's Almanac. There's November moon names, as November is the month when beavers make their final preparations for the cold winter months before heading into their lodges. Some may refer to it as the frost moon or the freezing moon. November is upon us. How was your Halloween, 5-7?
Slept through it like you. First off, I want to say thank God for Lucky Gouger and God keeping him in that crash. And I'm so glad that he called in this morning. You know, we all know Monkey Gouger. How many years have we been listening to his fish stories? You know, how they jump in the boat, how big they are. Hey, of course, if Monkey Gouger's going to hit a deer, this thing's going to be as big as a bull buffalo. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking, now, wait a minute. He's in Texas. Everything's bigger than Texas. How do we know he didn't hit a possum? Okay. Teresa Shalid had a video out, and she was watching it. And, of course, first thing you want to do is, it's a reel, so you want to swoop it up. But let the lady talk. And she was on there, and she was openly saying, yes, she thought what they did to Israel was apparent. And she was trying to dig herself out of the hole she got herself dug into. But I couldn't help but type it in there. Sorry, lady, you're flying the Palestinian flag. Israelis don't have Americans being held hostage. Israelis do not have killed Americans. And also, Israelis didn't put an infant in an oven and turn it on and murder that child in an oven, like an Israeli soldier said he found in one of those houses. So, thinking, you need to be charged with treason, giving aid and comfort to the enemy. And that was it. And dig your hole. You can dig yourself out of the hole all you want, but man, you guys. Oh, AOC down in New York City. It looked like the crowds were coming after her, attacking her because they're saying, close the border, close the border. So I'm wondering if she'll get reelected during that time. And finally on this thing about Ukraine and find out where the money's going, Marjorie Taylor Greene, thank you, young lady, because that's exactly what she's been pushing. She's been pushing hard on it. They've been pushing back and tearing her up. And what's wrong? Hey, the most liberal person out there, what's wrong with knowing, if it costs so much to buy a tank, how many tanks did you buy and how much money was spent? It's not hard. It needs to be done. So, other than that, we'll leave it there. And, there are no antlers on a possum. So.
Right. There's definitely some with antlers if they were embedded in the radiator.
Yeah, he said there was nothing there, you know what I'm saying? Another fish story to me, buddy. All right, 5-7, we down, heading to Savannah.
All right, thanks for checking in. Safe travels there. I guess you made it through the swamp this Wednesday morning. And by the way, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, collector cars, boats, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Oh, and by the way, just for being a listener to this program, we can help save you some cash. How about 15% off your entire order if you'd like to place an order online? Simply go to goldeagle.com. Use that coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. That's all you got to do. That'll save you 15% off your entire order. Rolling up on 14 past the hour. Wednesday, hump day. Hey, Mike. So I tuned into some of the testimony this past day. You had the FBI director being grilled on Capitol Hill. And it's the kind of thing that makes you want to pull your hair out and scream at the television. It's like, hello, Mr. Wray, the border is wide open. Now he's telling us the FBI's number one concern right now in this country is that we'll have homegrown terrorists. He said the attack by Hamas on Israel will inspire the most significant terror threat to this country since the rise of ISIS nearly a decade ago. Since the start of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict earlier in October, multiple foreign terror organizations have called for attacks against Americans in the West, significantly raising the threat posed by homegrown U.S. violent extremists. Let me see. Hey, you're using that term homegrown. Why do you think they must be homegrown? We've had millions of illegals crossing into this country and millions of gotaways. That's where the most significant threat, in my mind, arises in this country. Now, he went on to say the actions of Hamas and its allies will serve as an inspiration, the likes of which we have not seen since ISIS launched their so-called caliphate several years ago. This was a hearing before the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, focused on the threats to the United States. The U.S. government has seen an increase in threats against Jews, Muslims, Arab Americans, all since the fighting broke out in Gaza. Then the number of attacks on U.S. military bases overseas by Iran-backed militia groups. I believe we are now up to 23 such attacks in recent weeks. Cyber attacks against the United States by Iran and non-state actors will only get worse, especially if the conflict expands. No comment from Iran's mission to the United Nations, surprise, surprise. Now, you had Christopher Wray sitting there, and sitting right next to him is none other than the Homeland Security Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas. You know, the guy that's responsible for the border being wide open. He says the hate directed at Jewish students in the U.S. following the start of this conflict has added to an increase in anti-Semitism. The White House expressing alarm this week at reports of anti-Jewish incidents at U.S. universities. At a ransomware summit organized by the White House this past day, Attorney General Merrick Garland said he had directed the Justice Department to assist Israeli investigators probing financial flows to Hamas, including money may be coming via the likes of cryptocurrency. So we're getting a lot of talk, a lot of concerns about the greatest threat of terrorist attacks here in the homeland. But to my knowledge, nobody said anything about, well, the good reason for that is we've got a porous, wide open border. But we will pause there. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Oh, and lines available at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, Boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I mentioned targeting our troops, U.S. forces stationed around the Middle East. It looks like a total of 4 bases where U.S. troops are stationed in the Middle East have been attacked by these Iran-backed groups in just the last day. According to a senior military official, the Iran-backed Islamic Resistance said on Monday that they attacked U.S. and coalition forces at Ain al-Assad Air Base in Iraq. Rockets did not result in any casualties or infrastructure damage, they say. 3 other bases were also attacked. The Pentagon did not immediately respond to requests for more info, but the attack at the Al-Assad in the early hours of Tuesday, according to Reuters, just the latest in a series of attacks on U.S. troops in Iraq and Syria. U.S. and coalition troops have been attacked at least 23 times by rockets and drones in Iraq and Syria from October 17th to October 30th, according to the Defense Department. This is an increase in attacks on U.S. forces since the conflict in Israel broke out. Well, we know that. The Islamic Resistance in Iraq endorsed Tuesday's attack. Looks like 4 rockets were fired Monday at the Al-Assad Air Base. Iran-backed militia groups have consistently demanded the expulsion of American troops after a U.S. airstrike in Baghdad killed the senior Iranian general Qasem Soleimani. Now, this is going back to 2020. These militia groups have since then resorted to rocket attacks on U.S. forces in the country and the embassy in Baghdad. Scarecrow, I believe, is on board here. So is Bone Jangles all packed away for another season? How sad.
I don't know, Steve. He never showed up last night. Mentioned prior that there were reports that he showed up down at the little short way that Gilligan threw down there. I haven't seen him. No. Bone Jangles? Bone Jenna? No, they're nowhere to be found. So, no, I told you last night I could sense maybe a little legal action coming out of this, but that may have to wait another day or two. We'll see, but no, I'm very disappointed here.
Wow. Yeah. You think he may have just went to pieces?
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me one moment. No, but so we're going to be preparing for Christmas music 24/7, huh? I'll have to have somebody report back in on how many variations of Here Comes Santa Claus one can catch on in about a 24-hour period. I've endured in the past. I don't want to come on like a Grinch or such, but man, you'd be amazed how many of the times the same tune can be played by a different performer over a couple of days' time. Way it just kind of wears itself thin after a while. Kind of for myself, I used to enjoy. There was a station out of Madison, Wisconsin, up here. They played a lot of 50s and 60s, type of rock and roll, and it was about Thanksgiving time, I think. After Thanksgiving weekend, came back in and they started their Christmas music 24/7. And then the day after Christmas, they changed formats altogether. No more rock and roll. And I said, sayonara.
Would they jump over to country or?
I don't remember. I mean, this is 25
Yeah,
years back.
yeah.
I can't recall, but it's funny up our way in La Crosse too. At one time it was an album rock station, and the classic LP music that we heard in the 70s and such. And that station finally, they changed formats. They said the population couldn't justify a dedicated album rock station. Never mind that we had 2 universities and a technical college. But in the end, that particular station is back to I guess you can't call it album rock today, but it's harder rock than I guess what a lot of us appreciate. But so we finally heard the rest of the story. The mystery of Monkey Gouger.
Yes, yeah. How about that?
That was quite a few weeks back. I knew things weren't going well here. I thought, man, everybody is losing faith in the program almost. So I put it to Jimmy. I said, come on, you got to fess up with me. What is going on? Steve is losing sleep, and I said, what? I'll keep it quiet. I'll keep it between the two of us. And so, he was partially, I guess he was truthful, Steve, and that he had an arm injury, and he had to do the R&R, on that, and that he would come back when the time was right. So I passed that on to you. What I told you was, no, he is not blackballing the program.
Right. Even if he wasn't protesting,
in the proper time,
right?
Yeah, in the proper time, Gouger, he'll make a grand splash again. But no, I was certainly not. Had no clue that it was that extreme, and he has quite the story to share with all his future grandkids and such. There, boy. But Jimmy, if you are out there, welcome back. Well, Steve, last night I reported Milwaukee had done some pre-treatment on their bridges and such, and kudos to them. Although, they got, I suppose, a couple inches of really wet stuff earlier this morning, and there are some of the bridges and overpasses that I've slicked up again now, but I can't say the same for Monroe County, which is right next to La Crosse County over on the west of Wisconsin west coast there. Now, everybody's known this light snow weather was forecast for several days prior, and usually La Crosse County, they're just gung-ho about splashing the highways with that stuff. Well, they didn't, as far as I know, didn't do anything either.
Mm-hmm.
And
I mean, I'm seeing reports where some got 6+ inches of snow when all was said and done. But let's pause there.
USA News Update. Reports say at least 10 people are dead after a mass shooting in Maine. Police say dozens more are injured, and they're searching for the shooter in the city of Lewiston. Police have released an image of a man with what appears to be an assault rifle. Speaking from the White House Wednesday, President Biden has issued a stern caution to Iran regarding potential assaults on U.S. military installations in the Middle East.
We have had troops in the region since 9/11. to go after ISIS and prevent reemergence in the region.
He conveyed to Iran's supreme leader that the U.S. would take action in response to any further attacks perpetrated by Iran against American soldiers. The newly elected Republican Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson from Louisiana, expressed his intent to immediately get to work.
The challenge before us is great, but the time for action is now.
I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I thought maybe by the end of the morning they might get things fixed, but my apologies for those listening on the app. I've got this hard clock, this schedule that I've got to exact timing breaks. You got a 5-minute news break at the top of the hour, a minute commercial after, you know the entire schedule. I don't have breaks to try to fill them in or juggle, and USA Radio News have been screwed up all night long. Nothing like getting week-old news. Hey, but at least we know that, there was some sort of shooting that took place in Maine, and we actually have a Speaker of the House now. I feel so much more educated. All right, welcome back, Scarecrow.
So, Steve, has our DA of the Week roster been filled out yet, or are you still taking nominations?
Well, I already made a nomination there. You got someone to add to the list, or were you going to throw that in as well?
Well, I could certainly. You're going to have to make room for this one. Yeah, trust me. Trust me on this one here. No, getting up our way yesterday morning, I stopped for about 20 minutes. I was about an hour and a half out from the work 20 yet, but laid on the steering wheel for about 20 minutes while I came to and had one of those. There was a light snow squall taking place, but just enough the grass is kind of turning a little white. Well, the perfect storm came together, Steve. Might say a perfect storm. 30 degrees, snow, and a overpass in a road with a curve in it. Now, I got up there, and I'm maybe a half mile from that bridge, and I could see brake lights. Well, this did not surprise me because this has been under a construction zone for the last month and a half, 2 months. So it would not have surprised me if they closed a lane, and that's why we have brake lights. Well, so I'm already coasting, expecting to hit a 55 zone, and in the curve, Steve, even coasting, the truck let go, and I figure, wow, I'm about to join this rig that's already laid over just past this curved bridge and such. Well, fortunately, I did float across the bridge and caught some wet pavement again and straightened out. No, that was incident one. No, I'm not going to nominate myself for the DA on that thing. We get to the Toma, Wisconsin, the last exit. There's a squad car at the top of the ramp. There's another trooper in the median. As I roll by, well, there's one four-wheeler behind me, and about a half mile down the road, we come to a halt. Nothing but brake lights and no eastbound traffic. Well, at that moment, that trooper that was in the middle, he closed down the westbound side too. So we sat there for a couple hours. There was another one of these curved bridges right in a curve. That bit another big truck, but it was just plain ice. Nobody could move east or westbound for a while there. So after this, while this got all cleared out, now Steve, I have utmost respect for snowplow operators and such. They deal with as much, if not more, crap than any of us truck drivers out here, and I give them as much leeway as absolutely possible. If I'm near one. Now, follow me here. I'm the last truck in line waiting for the highway to open again. And it was daylight hours. In the meantime, I'm watching on the state highway, the alternate route. I'm watching traffic just flying, coming and going. And you're doing the slow burn, but nothing to do about it. Well, we get rolling. You may be, 5 miles an hour or so, just inching ahead. And I'm all but on this bridge that had caused all the turmoil and such. Well, here comes this snowplow operator up the left lane, and I'm splitting the lanes at this point because I can see a trooper on the left advertising and a trooper on the right shoulder advertising. They're both dealing with incidents, and this plow truck is maybe going 30 miles an hour. Steve, if I had not thrown my truck over to the shoulder, he would have taken me out. He literally cut me off. He was not going to give up for a moment. And so yes, I would like to nominate the Monroe County Highway Department snowplow operator. I unfortunately did not get his truck number, unit number, or whatnot. I could certainly get his image off the post office wall if need be, but coincidentally, I know he was the same one that was driving slowly eastbound in the westbound lane earlier, spreading salt and whatnot. with a full cell phone clamped between his shoulder and his cheek. So, yeah, that was one snowplow operator, Steve, has lost any respect that I would have ever had for him. So there is my dumbass of the week nomination.
Very good.
Thank you very much, Steve. We'll do it again tomorrow.
All right, thank you much. Yeah, it's what are we at? We're not to Casual Friday yet. It's only Hump Day. But we are making progress, right? It is 844-844-3388. Speaking of Hump Day, hello to Steve in Columbus. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Well, the week's about halfway over. And those 2 days we enjoy so much are just around the corner. Got the car warming up this morning. Coffee's hot. Time to head into town for another cold day in the trash wagon. Everybody enjoy. Yeah, you got to love being a trash hauler this time of year, right? And it only gets better in the coming weeks, huh? There's Truck and Phil. All right, happy Wednesday. Coffee up morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. 43 for the high in Fort Wayne today, 42 in Sterling Heights. So here we go, Fort Wayne and back. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. So I was touching on Christopher Wray's testimony this past day. No mention of the millions that we have no idea who they are. And undoubtedly, there's no question, can't be any question in anyone's mind that some of those that have crossed illegally, the gotaways in particular, will have been and will continue to be some of those who are planning to do ill will to the people of this country, the demise of America. But the trend just continues. We see this week on our next massive caravan comprising Central Americans and Venezuelans left southern Mexico on Monday, headed our way, according to organizers and officials. Officials in the southern state of Chiapas said some 3,500 people set off on foot near the Guatemalan border, while one of the caravan's organizers said there were closer to 5,000 in this group. Now, here we've got a president, Joe Biden, who's actually seeking re-election next year, under pressure to curb this illegal entry into the country. Most of the latest caravan are from Cuba, El Salvador, Guatemala, Haiti, Honduras, and Venezuela. And, of course, you could have any nationality blended in with them. Escorted by civil protection officials and ambulances, the migrants walking on a coastal highway. They plan to spend the night in the municipality of Huajutan, about 16 miles north of where they started. The organizer said they have opted to leave Tapachula due to the frustration about not being able to obtain humanitarian visas. Some migrants even offered to help recovery efforts in the port of Acapulco, which had been devastated by the Category 5 hurricane last week, but no response from authorities. These are people coming in actually saying, I'll take a job in this country. Many migrants fleeing poverty, political instability in their homelands. Millions of Venezuelans have left their home as the ongoing economic crisis. One of the migrants traveling with his wife and 2 children said, in Venezuela, things are very tough. We can't live with the money we get. That's why we're going to the United States. 16 before the hour. And, okay, is this country headed in the right direction? What do you say? Well, an overwhelming majority say no, it is not. And it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience.
Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's Proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For Proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's Proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Seeing as we've actually had a couple of nominees for DA of the Week, I guess this driver could be thrown into that category as well. The truck driver blamed for a train derailment in Florida after ignoring the crossing signals and more prior to the crash back on Monday morning. Glade County, Florida. According to South Central Florida Life, the tractor trailer was south on US 27, traveling on a right curve as it approached the railroad crossing. Investigators say the crossing signals were activated, the crossing gate was lowered. The train blew its whistle multiple times, but the truck driver failed to stop. Realizing what was happening, the truck driver then slammed on the brakes, veered to the right, ended up striking one of the guardrails. The front of the rig then struck the right side of the second train car, dislodging a total of 8 cars from the track. Luckily, the driver sustained minor injuries in the wreck. No other injuries reported, but that particular section of road was going to be closed in both directions for at least 3 days, as they had to get in there to clean up, remove the rail cars, and make repairs. I left off with the question, is this country headed in the right direction or the wrong direction? More than 3/4 of Americans, a full 77%, say this country is headed in the wrong direction. A mere 22% said it's headed in the right direction. From the Public Religion Research Institute and the Brookings institution. It's called the 2023 American Values Survey, sampling more than 2,500 adults who are a part of the Ipsos Knowledge Panel. Margin of error, pretty low, like 2.19%. It found that 90% of Republicans and 81% of independents say this country is heading the wrong direction. That compared with 59% of Democrats. It also found 75% said the fate of the country is at stake in next year's presidential election, including 84% of Democrats, 77% of Republicans, and 73% of independents. Poll found that since the 1950s, 55% said America's culture and way of life has changed for the worse. I think I could concur with that. It also found 52% said our best days, America's best days, are behind us. Strikingly, 23% said because things have gotten so far off track that true American patriots might have to resort to violence to save the country. Yeah, that number's up from 15% just 2 years ago. Now, the poll did not define what is a true American patriot, nor did they define political violence. Now, they've asked this question in 8 separate surveys since March of 2021. And they said this is the first time support for, quote, political violence has peaked above 20%. Among Republicans, 33% said true American patriots might have to revert to political violence to save the country. 22% of independents, just 13% of Democrats. Republicans who have favorable views of former President Trump, 41% are nearly 3 times as likely who have an unfavorable view of him to agree with that statement. Interesting. Now, there were 20 different political issues. Poll found 62% said housing and everyday expenses right now is the most pressing issue, followed by crime at 50%, healthcare just behind at 49%, human trafficking at 48%, of the health of the democracy at 40%. When asked if society has become too soft and feminine, 48% said indeed it has. That's up 10 percentage points just over the last year. Among Republicans, 72% agreed, up 7 points from last year. 24% of Democrats agreed, up 9 percentage points from last year. Have we become just too soft in this country? Well, yeah, soft on crime, soft on a lot of different things. The woke culture. Why are we having such a difficult time finding those willing to be true American patriots and sign up, volunteer to serve their country in the military? As we touched on last evening, it's the overwhelming majority. All right, final note here. With the new House Speaker, what's going to be coming down the pike with a potential impeachment? The new House Speaker, Mike Johnson, said it is, quote, very likely that President Biden has committed impeachable offenses. The then Speaker Kevin McCarthy, back in September, had launched that formal impeachment inquiry into Biden. Everything kind of came to a standstill when McCarthy was removed. They lost subpoena power. Now, Biden has consistently denied any wrongdoing. And White House spokesperson Ian Sams said, Republicans have been investigating the president for 9 months. They've turned up no evidence of wrongdoing. They constantly say no evidence. His own Republican members have said so. Johnson said, well, the reason we shifted to the impeachment inquiry stage on the president himself was because if, in fact, all the evidence leads where we believe it will, that's evidence, he said, that's very likely impeachable offenses. That's listed as a cause for impeachment in the Constitution, bribery and other crimes and misdemeanors. Yeah, bribery's listed there, and it looks and smells a lot like that. Now, at this point, we're just going to follow the truth wherever it leads. We will engage in due process because, again, we are the rule of law party. I know people are getting anxious and getting restless. They want somebody to be impeached. But we won't do like the other team did. We have to base it on the evidence. Newsweek approached the White House press office for comment via email. Of course, Matt Gaetz, the Republican representative who introduced the motion to vacate McCarthy, described the impeachment inquiry as what he called failure theater. He said, I don't believe this impeachment under Kevin McCarthy was ever intended to actually convict Joe Biden as much as it was to just save Kevin McCarthy. But Gaetz went on to say he had greater confidence about the process with the new speaker. The new speaker is going to approach this like a lawyer rather than a desperate person trying to cling to power, which, yes, McCarthy was in that boat. Now, we just had here a few days ago the Oversight Committee, the image of the $200,000 check sent, written out to Joe by his brother James, which, on the check it said loan repayment. They're asking for, if you're going to give somebody a $200,000 loan, in most cases, and I don't think you're going to do that with a hug and a handshake. Something's going to be put down, documented. Where's the paperwork showing that a loan was ever given to your brother? Now, maybe not, but that's where things stand at this point in time. So with that, we'll wrap things up here a Wednesday morning. Thank you so much for spending time with us. Be safe out there. Have a great day. Guess what we'll do? At the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, we'll come back and do it all over again.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna choose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream